What's up, Yuri? I'm feeling a little better. Logging on to this, go for it. I mean, this guy's first, so we'll get Pure in. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we could do like 5 games. By the way, a PSA. If you haven't been checking the world quests religiously for the world PvP ones, they're, at least on my server, the one up here is 750 tokens. So you can do the whole grind off of practically one world quest right now. And also, the second PSA, don't spend your bloody tokens unless you have no life. Because you should be holding on to them. Because the way it works now is you don't upgrade the blue gear anymore. If you bought all of the blue gear, then you will need twice as many tokens to get the epics. So. Because now, instead of upgrading the blue gear, you basically buy the epic with Trophy of Strife plus token. So you'll basically be buying the pieces twice if you buy the blue pieces, but I've just been playing it up every day streaming that I've had time to, you know, get multiple sets of it, basically. Assa get any changes recently? The patch buffed it a little bit. It's the least changed of the 3. Yeah, it does pump. Outlaw is really fun right now, too. I was playing Outlaw all day yesterday. Most of this week I've played Sub, though. But maybe I'll try some Assa today, even though I hate it, just so people can experience all 3. But I was pumping yesterday as Outlaw. Og will still be broken, sadly. I should not have nuked into IBF. Also, my blades wasn't... I didn't blades that, I was so confused. Because I switched the spot on the action bar. So I pressed symbols instead of blades. I played this all... like a day. I changed the UI. Getting bash cloned. Sexy had to block. We've only gotten IBF. I don't think the druids had to trinket yet. He's very far to go for drops combat. It's a DR stun, so I still stopped his clone. Oh, Between the Eyes is still showing, even though I'm not playing Outlaw. I need to fix that. Now let the druid get a re. He still has a second block because he's frost. Weird I didn't have blades for this guy. We're like not doing any goes at all since we're Frost. It's kind of weird. I need like a lot more help with the setups. Night Scepter out of nothing again. He's not pressing Thrash. But he's just gonna solo DB ring or something. I think we're just dead here. Yeah. Omar's a little high to not be CCing at all. Also, I hate playing with Frost. I don't know, I did 3.5 million damage. It's just we didn't keep behind a single CC, so I don't know. MMR's a little high. It was like 2 minutes long and I don't think we pressed DB once. That's, yeah. Also, I opened without blades like an idiot, because my bars were wrong. Assa seems really good. I think RPS will be back for best for Assa. Probably not. I think warriors are going to be batshit insane, and warriors are really hard for Shadow Priests. I think RLD could be sick randomly if you really hate RMP and Thug Cleave. Outlaw LA will probably still be really insane with the Resto Druid too. And you could probably... I wouldn't play it with Assa. I don't know if Assa LA would make sense. Because Assa isn't playing Rogue. So just playing other specs are just a better version of Assa. Like if you want the Assa playstyle, just pick a Feral or something even then. Like the whole point of Rogue is to play around CC, not tab Garrote everyone, and still not be top damage. Oh yeah, I still need to hide that between the eyes weak aura. Sucks I blades and we got nothing. Gonna have to block here. Got 5 on DRs. I don't know how that was DR sheep. I perforated Gloomblade, didn't even break Dark Pact, so. Because he's not really doing damage with me. This MMR gap is a little too high. I shouldn't be like 2.5 for viewer twos. It's just a little too high MMR. It's gonna take like 20 losses to get to like a playable rating. Unless it's a healer. If I just get a bad healer that's like 1800 even, they could still play at 2.5 as long as they like stay alive a couple minutes. How'd you get this high on ult? Just playing the game. Occasionally I'll play with real people for like 1 hour and win every game, you know? And then I go back to doing 7,000 games of YOLO games, you know? Show talents, yeah. After playing so much Outlaw yesterday, sub feels weird though now. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I hate Subfrost. I don't think it's good. Arcane can work, but I don't know. I only like Subfire. So we'll probably find someone after this game, because I don't really like playing with Frost. And then I'll get you in later in the season though, you know, when it's lower MMR. That way I can kind of just 1v2. Well, he gets the vanish. Oh, doesn't use a single button, love to see it. Alright, we'll go one more. Crazy the guy didn't meld or vanish too, because I cheaped the priest before even preing. And we broke the pre and he still didn't vanish. Like, the globalist priest got cheaped, he should have just vanished. The old school, what do you mean? That prior for sub, still verse mastery. Always will be. You want consistency. Not just to have a couple percent RNG protection, you know? Because even if you had some crazy, like, 30% crit, my luck, I'll probably still not crit. And half the crit you get is built into your talents anyway, like 15%. 15% on improved backstab, 2% on lethality, 5% on deadly precision. Or getting, you know, 4 rotten crits in a row with 2 set and normal symbols. So you get 4 rottens and cold blood. So, like, I don't know. Like, crit isn't that great. Haste does literally nothing. Even with the Shadow Technique rework. Crit is just terrible. It's okay on Outlaw. I think Outlaw might go crit again. Just because you're spamming between the eyes and it has that crit modifier on it. Chip's still worth. Some people are not picking it. I like it though. I think it's good for just spacing and control. If you have nothing else to press. Someone's making it back to the pillar, you know, you help your partner get another global on it. Nah, I don't think Shadowcraft is good, actually. I tried it a bit. I know Trill liked it. It's just an 84% slow is broken. It's good for just kiting too. Like, especially if you're just trying to, like, max range, hit a Fistweaver with, like, acrobatic strikes. And just kite them while you hit them, like... And they don't have, like, Tiger's Lust or they don't dispel it. Shiv is insane for that. I mean, I already got all the gear and 900 leftover tokens because I just have nothing else to do. So I've been streaming all day, you know, every day. But yeah, it's better not to buy the gear because you don't upgrade the blues anymore. So if you bought all the blues, you're gonna need twice as many tokens to get the epics. Because you have to just buy the epic with the bloody token plus the trophy. What's up, Nixnia? Trying to do some roguelike later. Just X-Wish with sub. Would you snack? Has all of the builds. Shadowcraft bad? Yeah. It's only good in PvE. You have to have crazy uptime for it to be worth it. And then you also want to be inevitability. Trinket and other walk. Sucks that trinkets still don't track. Cause the season's probably going to start and we won't be able to track trinkets. So spaghetti. It's not even the add-on's fault. It's literally the base UI. They broke everything. Hope he doesn't get a demon proc. Yes. Darkness and Blur. I don't know if we needed a DB here. He's already on DR. Now he's gonna run into Death Pad and be like triple DR or whatever. Good kick. Sucks that we just wasted our sheep DR. I guess I have to go healer then. That dome, I guess. And the ring for no reason was really unfortunate. He actually fakes me, but I vanish, get another kick. Skill. Bomb to get a sap here. I guess he's eating, so. Baits my Shiv. No dance charges now forever, because we needed to win like that last go. DH probably has Trinket soon. Probably shouldn't kidney this Mindbender, because I need the kidney for the DH. I was hoping I would get a re-stealth and still cheap shot the DH. Hopefully a second blocks again. Wait, did he trinket gouge? My meld didn't drop combat. Oh, nice, it does now, but I still die. I had turnaround evasion, but Blade Dance was like already behind me. Tried Assa yet? I've played a lot of Outlaw and sub. Fauna Gear, it's gonna be better because people are no life and they want to have better world PvP for 1 week. And there's nothing else to do, right? They just don't want to take the whole week off. Alright, we're gonna mix it up though. GG's. I mean, I made some moves that gave me flex. You can't even flame me on that one. Just, you know. Can't be playing 2.1 viewer 2 is at 2.5. It's double DPS. Alright, we'll try some Assa right now, even though I hate Assa. It's gonna be so weird not having Mark for Death. Blade's fun. Melda's on CD. Go Outlaw noob. I was playing Outlaw all day yesterday. I actually, Outlaw's my favorite right now, actually. After yesterday. I might actually enjoy it more than sub, even. I mean, I love sub double DPS. Especially with like a Shadow Priest, Dragon, Walk, Ellie. Like, those are all fun. But, the Outlaw is, like, right now, like how it plays, you're literally, like, on drugs. It's so fast and so mashy. The rotation is way easier, but you still have to hit your buttons twice as fast. You don't think about your buttons, you just mash. And yeah, there's something to be said about having 0.8 second global for a 40-second adrenaline rush straight. And having multiple rotational buttons off global, like Ghostly Strike. They made it to where you don't need an ambush proc bind anymore. Sinister Strike just turns into ambush when you get a proc. And then you could just put ambush on your stealth bar or your dance bar, as long as you don't have bar lag. Okay, how did I gouge there? I didn't mean to. Oh, my evasion is bound to gouge randomly. Fixed. Didn't even get my dots going yet. But yeah, I know Trill likes to do count the odds over a killing spree. And I do like having like perma roll the bones. But Rat was in my chat earlier. And he was telling me to try Greenskin instead still, even though you're spamming between the eyes and you don't really have a window to press it. And I went Greenskin, and honestly, it felt way more fun still. Because there are times where you're building in between the eyes. In which case, you can get multiple Greenskins actually still. It felt good. Yeah, Assa's pretty, it's always my least favorite spec. It's really boring. You just tab dot, you're not really playing rogue. Like, at least Feral still has, like, single target burst and, like, CC. Because even when you're tab bleeding, Clone is still, like, the best crowd control in the entire game, you know? Feral is just Assa Rogue tab dotting, but with a CC you're allowed to use while people are dotted. And being twice as tanky and twice as mobile. And having single target burst still. Instead of like, oh, I'm gonna throw a couple like 60k in Venoms at someone. Not even. Like Assa, your top damage is always Garrote. And you just tab Garrote everyone and that's it. That's the entire game. So do I just YOLO send the Kingsbane early? Or do I need to like ramp it? I actually haven't done my homework at all on Assa yet. Why don't it PS me when he's on you? Okay. We've used a lot of defensives already for just one meta. I don't know what broke my clean re there either. Eventually I'll get to play the game. Wasn't really evasion here, but might get a re off this. Big Garrotes on both. Getting cloned. We're really behind on mana already. EMD's me. Get Trank. Dot's still kind of nuked through it. Kitty through Blur, world first, give me an achievement. Sometimes lucky. Still killing the Druid even though I'm not even on him. My priest is getting soloed. I have the bleed execute, but it didn't kill him at 10%. I mean, I did okay damage. We just gotta get the MMR down a little bit. Like, I had a kidney but didn't trinket. Trinket timers are bugged. He probably did trinket. Right now, trinkets don't show up, even on the base UI. Or S Arena or Gladius. The game is just incredibly buggy right now. Didn't even need the Kingsman there. Yeah, no need to be toxic, man. That's just me being too high MMR for the first, like, 10 viewer twos. Working Gladius if you want. I do need it, yeah. I prefer S Arena to Gladius, though. I would rather have a trinket than nothing. But I don't even know if he does, though. Are you sure? Because right now, the problem is the base game. That's what, like, multiple different add-on people have told me. Because, like, right now, even if you use no add-on, the base UI has problems with it. Unless he's, like, pulling the info from something that's not the normal frame. Like, is he tying it to, like, a weak aura or something that just sees that the spell was cast? You have to make it, like, try to pull the trinket info from somewhere else. But maybe I'll set up the Gladius if that's the case. But I'll go check it out. Is it his Discord or? I'm gonna give them the opener, even though it's kind of bad, and I'm not orc. Of course, they actually do commit to opening. I don't like that I had to meld, but hopefully he'll get combat now. We got another trinket. Trinkets to kill me. I could have blinded his trinket, but I like brain lagged because of the not showing up. Actually, it showed human, but I guess that's because he medallioned. I don't know. Not seeing the trinket just like fried my brain. Even though I think I have a weak aura that reminds me of people trinket, but I just was like looking at 4 other things. It's weird that bleed removal didn't remove all of my dots or Kingsman. Did they like nerf the bleed removal to like be a certain amount of debuffs? Because I just like re-dotted him and he was like dying through every button. If I was orc, I could have tanked that for sure though. So much better than original Gladius, because I don't believe in Gladius X. I think it's terrible. We just have very different opinions. For me, I think having cooldown tracking be attached to Gladius is like information overload. And it like really makes you tunnel vision and it hurts your awareness. I think you should have everything segmented into different areas of like, okay, I'm looking at buffs and debuffs and casts by default. Okay, now I'm looking at DRs. Okay, now I'm looking at cooldowns. Okay, now I'm looking at teammate cooldowns. Okay, now I'm looking back at the target. And I think just throwing 20 things all in the same spot is... You're never going to look at it properly. I mean, if you're going to just move it away from the frames, then you might as well just do that with Omnibar anyway. Or, you know, you could also make, like, 3 different Omnibars for Arena 1, 2, 3 and set it to be... for like Arena 1, 2, 3. Like you can do what Gladius X is with just Omnibar. I think S Arena is just minimalistic without being annoying. And I think it's just way cleaner. If Big Mix has a working Gladius somehow and it's not the base UI, I guess I'm gonna have to go get that. Hopefully he dispels me. Nice. Save every button for next game. Brote silent the Trent, kick the other Trent? No. He misses a lot of stuff. The other day when he was trying to play around perforated without a weak aura, he was losing his shit. It was hilarious. But sometimes having a more minimalistic brain like that is good for him. Because he doesn't distract himself. Or like manifest things, you know, like there's less placebo that you can get in your head about if you're just doing your own shit. Makes you a lot less scripted. Before you shiv? I thought it didn't matter. Because there's no more snapshotting, right? Or would that just affect the initial hit? For the 66k? Yeah, I should shiv first, you're right. Yeah, I didn't realize the base damage is that much. I haven't played any Assa at all. I'm just gonna tab Garrote things, you know? Assa is not my spec. Try this build. I like this build. My meld didn't work. I know we trinketed, but I don't know how he stayed there that long, even with the 3 saps. Why, just the AoE shiv? I mean, the bleed execute doesn't seem that good. I do like the perma 10% bleed increase, though. I think if anything, though, I would play indiscriminate for, like, shuffle and shit. I mean, the one time I'm playing 9 elf and not work, you know? There's a little bit of an MMR gap, though, but we'll get there. We're almost to a playable MMR. Story of my life, 1v5 to everywhere. With the Trill build, don't you think Greenskin is better than Count the Odds? That's what I've been doing after yesterday. I liked Count the Odds a lot, because it kind of contributed to just the more APM. I think Killing Spree is trash. I know Calvish likes it, where he's like, I could do 1 go with Killing Spree, 1 go with, you know, with Dance. But Killing Spree, even when they're all crossed, there's still so many random micro CCs. And it never goes off. And even when it does, it's not that much damage, actually. I think Killing Spree is still trash. It's worse now than it used to be. Even if it does like 200, 300k damage, it had a utility. Now, you don't get to use it as a root break. You don't get to, like, you know, get the damage reduction on it and all that. Like, I think Greenskin's actually decent. I like it actually more than Count the Odds. I was enjoying Greenskin a lot yesterday. And it makes the rotation a little more fun. It's more things to do. Less mashy. You think haste will be good again for Assa? I mean, do you really need haste if you have 300 energy and T? I think you go max Versa on all the specs. Even over Mastery. People are going to have like 40-45% Versa in full gear in the 489 item level. Do you think Rogue's possible on 200 MS? Possible is a weird word that you have to define. If there was a gun to my head that said make it work, maybe. But not competitive, no. Nothing is competitive on that much ping. Unless it's just NA versus EU. Or EU versus NA gap. I threw every defensive on my go. I think I was playing OP Cloak there too. I mean, I guess I could have disarmed the DK, but I was too busy getting all my bleeds up. Getting rank 1? See, like that's more helpful of a question. I think your life's gonna be 100 times more miserable. If you just play a dampener PvE class, it doesn't really matter what your ping is. You're not reacting to anything. You're not having to do niche outplays of like, oh, I pre-grounded the fucking DB, you know, or something. Like, you're not having to do any crazy shit if you just pick a PvE class. You know, it's just, they did this, okay, I trade this button. They did this, okay, I react with this. My weak aura horn went off. You know, you're not like trying to do some crazy niche time this at the same exact time as that, or like, you know, outside of like pre-defensiving a go, you know, where it's like, oh, I pre-walled the kidney, you know, like PvE classes, it doesn't really matter about your ping as much. But if you're trying to do setups, not only are like you're lagging reaction like offensively with your teammates, or like for CC and stuff, like it's not just how your own gameplay is interacting. You're also griefing how your teammates set up by being late for whatever they're doing. Even if you're getting like an RMP 3-2-1, you know, like pre-CC and all that. You're just late to everything, you know? When I play on EU with 140 ping, I could literally try to dance cheap shot a warrior and they just disarm my dance. Because it's like more than a half second delayed. Yeah, BlizzCon got everyone, man. I'm feeling a little better today, though. I think the DK buffs are next week, though. I don't know if they're in yet. What spec would I recommend? Probably Ellie. Ellie Shaman, even if you don't bot, it's really all insta cast. Maybe Death Knight. Red's probably still a good choice for that. Maybe Hunter. I had a bomb for that, but I got an X-Toss. Almost DFA to support there. My Groat apparently was on CD there. I don't remember pressing it though. The whole point of that meld was to get big Groats on both of them. And then go back into multi-dotting the priest. Also, I needed to put the deadly poison back on just to refresh leeching poison because it's still bugged. Where you have to reapply poisons every single game. Could have melded that. Actually, it was on CD. I'm not gonna big Groat the priest just because I don't want it to break the fear. And I'm gonna Shiv Kingsbane after this PS. That should be lethal here. Nah, Shadow Finishers are still bugged. Yeah, I think damage numbers on the screen are really clutter. Yeah, it's weird because it didn't hit me till 2 days after being back from the con. But I don't know if I have COVID. I didn't get a COVID test. I think it's just like a flu or something. Or just a really bad cold because it's only been like 4 or 5 days and I'm mostly through it. I'm like 60, 70% better, maybe 60. Like, it's still a bad, like, cough and really sore joints and headache, but I don't really have a fever anymore. So, I don't know. Here's why you aren't playing dance. I've seen some people play dance for Assa. I don't know. I think Alacrity is good. Try this. Dance killing spree overlap, that's pretty huge for them. Of course, I should never deathmark a rogue. That was my Kingsbane too. I forgot he would just be OP cloak into me. Yeah. As was my least played spec, I kind of just forgot about OP cloak entirely. Even though I always go into it. Usually I don't even switch to OP cloak anymore. I evasion disc kidney into Assa in the past. Because I disrespected deathmark that much that I wasn't scared of it. And I'd rather have more aggro talents. But now with Kingsbane, especially with it being more of like a 1-minute threat, definitely I'm gonna always play OP cloak into Assa. Focus throw at the priest just to keep him slowed. I still have really good damage right here on priest. He wills even though full dots were gonna break that. Need to refresh rupture because less than 6 seconds. That fear god is adapt, so this is really good for me. Gonna blind rogue off me defensively. We break it, of course. Dots back on him. Focus throw up priest to keep him slowed. I could die to this. Mind games. Didn't get the big growth on rogue, but $600 gold a pop right now. Shit. I sold like 500 of them earlier, so I don't know if I have that many left. Poison knife reset wound stacks. I don't know if they fixed that bug. Let me see. I can't stack wound to save my life. Yeah, it still does. They haven't fixed that bug for multiple expansions. That was bugged in Shadowlands. That's the new patch. It's good so far. Dropping Cold Blood. I've seen Calvish and Palomar do that a little bit. I don't like it. Secret does more damage than Gormaw. And you need Cold Blood for that. And I don't feel like you need 150 energy if you're not like overly mashing. You can energy pool a little bit. I don't think it's good. ATP is not even a bug? What do you mean? The tooltip says dealing 3,000 poison damage, or 3,000 damage, and applying your lethal and non-lethal poisons. So applying a new poison at 4 stacks to go to 5 stacks isn't a bug that it goes back down to 1. Anything else where if you apply a poison, like with Shiv, it doesn't just refresh it. Okay, I thought you were saying it's not a bug, and I'm just like, I mean, it should just, you know. If you're at 1 stack, you should go to 2. If you're at 2, you should go to 3. If you're at 5, it should just refresh 5. I don't know why it has to be like, oh, you're at 5, now you're at 0. It's kind of crazy. Assa the go-to spec. It's good, it's easy. It's not my favorite. Outlaw is actually my favorite right now. But I like sub too. Assa's my least favorite, always. It's really hard to get me to enjoy Assa. I'm just playing it because everyone's been asking me to play it for days. Because people like watching me suffer. It's not even that suffer's the wrong word, because it's not even because the spec is bad, it's just because the spec is boring. Like, the spec is good. I'm just not about it. I think I keep like fat fingering my dance, because I like never have it when I want it. Because my brain like keeps thinking I'm pressing Thistle T. Outlaw is really fun. It's like, Outlaw is like being on drugs. It doesn't feel fair, even if you balance it. You just permanently have 0.8 second global. Because AR actually makes your global 0.8. And you can keep AR going for like 40 seconds straight. And then Ghostly Strike feeling off global is so fun too. Outlaw, you just have a lot more weak auras going on. Crafted weapons get nerfed? Yeah, the Fang got another 50% nerf. Fang won't be good anymore. Well, this is season 9 Vicious gear. But I don't really like season 11 gear. I'm gonna die in this. I'm right at it. I'm so surprised the bleed. Oh, I spec'd out of bleed execute. That's why. I was like, how did that not kill him at 4%? But I was like, oh yeah, I spec'd out of it for 2s. So it wasn't killing people at 10% earlier. Priest? No, you're not, dude. He was in chat earlier. Oh, you mean that I was fighting against? Okay, yeah. I thought you meant the priest on my team. I'm like, no, he was typing in chat earlier. Yeah, we haven't won many games right now. We'll run it back. It's a little harder to carry on Assa, I feel like. So I'm not peeling as well. And I'm not CCing as much because they're both like perma-dotted. So it's like hard to get good fears. Just less value in what you want to do as Assa unless you're just playing a 10-minute like mana game. Need to put ambush on my bar too, I think, right? Or do I still just mutilate since I don't have those other talents? How's Assa feel? Not much different. Decent damage though. Feels like Outlaw has a hard time killing good Rest of Druid teams. I mean, anything has a hard time killing a Rest of Druid, but I guess caring less about Bear Form is nice. And Hemotoxin lets you 80% damp them at like 30% or at like 70% damp. Oh, requeue, please. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. The roll check bugs, they get out too fast. It's a Pice course. I wonder if I could drop Unbreakable Strides too. For like Blackjack or something, maybe. I don't know. I guess they're just tanking ammo more. A Golden Guardians jersey? No, actually, these are like the BlizzCon jerseys that they were selling at the con. Normally, I don't ever really buy merch or anything, but my girlfriend wanted to spend a certain amount to get like a mystery thing if you spent over $100 or whatever. Which ended up just being a giant like WoW bag that has like magnets and you could actually use the bag as a backpack, which is different than the backpack they give everyone at the con. But it was a cool bag. But our face when the spend $100 mystery gaff was, yeah, you get a bag. We're like, what? And then it was like, okay, never mind. This is more than a bag. It's okay. I would go get it, but you know, I got some COL, you know, some cat on lap. Disc sub having a hard time against Demo Lock or Druid. Try Outlaw or Assa if you're gonna like PV into that. It has less counterplay. Sub to use is like gonna be 10-minute games like minimum. Unless you're playing double DPS. A little scary here. At least he wasted his cloak. Guy, of course, is playing Dwarf. At least I don't think the rig has cloak, so I can deathmark him. I just would have liked it to be on a big Groot, but I have to just send it now because I kicked the guy. I streamed Thursday on my day off, and then I streamed yesterday, no cam. I'm streaming extra even though I'm sick. I'm feeling a little better now. I'm like 60% through it. So yesterday was just, I felt so shitty that I was just like, no cam, no mic all day yesterday. Came to see a proper sub go with new talents. I mean, I've been streaming sub all week, and then yesterday was Outlaw, and today's Assa, but I can go sub for a few. Even though sub healer is miserable. They're not getting, like, perfect CC. But yeah, it'd be like Blades, Cheap Shot, Avis, Gorma, Secret. And then, like, you also could, like, build Secret with your first Rotten, and then Secret, and then send Gorma after the Secret. But Secret is more valuable than Gorma actually is anyway. If you don't have Blades, then you would just, like, hard build, like, you know, let them peel you on air or something. Blades is a really short CD, though, with Thieves' Bargain and Shadow Dust. And then I like to hover on like 3 stacks of perforated. It lets you control better without wasting it. Really? Oh, I was actually gonna one-shot it right there. It's better to rush the tech even if you don't have Deeper Daggers. Deeper Daggers doesn't buff tech anymore, neither does Dark Brew. It buffs Gorma though. So that's why I kinda like the Blades Cheap Shot. Yeah, I think Finality is better than I thought it was. If this isn't great, Shadow Finishers also you don't need to play it because it's bugged. It works in PvE and it works on the target dummy. It just doesn't work on players. So you could like move this to like Energy Regen or AoE Rupture for now if you want, but just gonna leave it there and just I ever know if it does get fixed. But with Finality, it's just Flag has too much counterplay. I think Lingering isn't that good as a 1-point node instead of a 2-point. Sepsis just gets removed by 5 billion things. Inevitability is only good if you're doing Shadowcraft, if it's more of a PvE extended go thing. So Finality is like the only thing that gives you consistent value. And then it also helps your Rupture, which I wasn't really equating early. I got PS, so I don't really need to press my Secret or anything. Melt the Hunt. I could have just gouged it instead, honestly, but... I won't be able to sap this because he has a Shadow Fiend out. Actually, the Fiend expired. Got Blair. Try to get a slow on this guy. I had Blades for that, it was kind of sloppy. He has a dot on him, so I can't really sap that. Feels bad. The dot expired now, though. Gonna hover at 3 stacks. I might just die here, though. I'm gonna duel the healer on the Essence Break. Gonna hover at 3 stacks of perforated. I'm not gonna backstab again for a while. Might sap DH. Didn't get a shield, so I come out of my clean vanish. I should have just blinded off the stun, I guess. Gouge his hunt so it doesn't do anything. Yes. Staying at 3 stacks perforated, so I'm like trialing fan and knives more. Going through paints up here. Held on to my buttons for too long. Vanish for another kick on priest. Yeah, we got double trinket and darkness. Waste backflip, that's huge. Kind of wasted thunder on the guy. Still gonna just send on the priest. JK, I get stunned on it into a hunt. We're going for a drink here? Yeah, we are. And we got decent mana back with that. Backflips out of my shiv. Kind of kidding the Mindbender. I don't want him to get any mana. Really dick move, but I don't like this fear on DH because we get a cheap shot healer into fear right there instead. We got another paint sap. I'm not gonna bother about sending Orma or anything into it. The Gouge's gonna break. I'm just trying to make sure he doesn't get any casts off, but I can kill it in like 5. I don't know if he has Trinket or not because of the UI bugs this patch. Both the ultimate penance bullshit. I don't have perforated stacks for this, but I mean he domed it, so it's probably better to wait anyway. I might be dead here though. We're already again, even though we did get that nice drink. This rupture is kind of bad too, because it makes it harder for me to just gouge for free. We win in 1 though. I win this global. JK swap. Need this guy in 5 for kill. Did not get many perforated gloom blades to skimp, but hopefully he lives. I don't think he's going to though. Actually, I think he does. Oh, that was dirty. Yeah, I didn't get to do like any perforated second because we were just like on the back foot dead all game. What's up, Sprig? We're gonna go back to Assa for a bit. No, because like Gorma is pretty short CD. Because you get to play the CDR build gets to be the burst build now, and then on top of that, like you get to have all of the mobility talents and 8-second dance and subterfuge. So it's nice. What's up, Safi? Basic sub rotation. Sub does not have a rotation. Just don't gap your stunts. Make sure Gormal is a rotten. Execute not Bis. I think it is, but maybe not for twos. Because Scent of Blood is pretty terrible in twos. Ever think about buzzing the hair? No. My girlfriend would kill me. Unless it was like 5K donation minimum. Took me 2 years to grow this out, man. It always would get stuck in the 8-month mullet phase, and I never, because I always wanted long hair, but I never could put up with it. Insta disarm on Kidney. Wasn't even going for it on Kidney. Long hair sucks? I don't think so. I like it. I mean, I hate having to get it out of my eyes, and brushing it is kind of painful, but... Yeah, it starts on the 14th. Tuesday. You just need better shampoo and conditioner then. And you can always, like, tie it back when you eat or something like that. I don't know if it's been fixed, but I think Mr. GM or whatever was tweeting that if you upgrade one of the bloody token pieces to 450, where it becomes an epic, it doesn't affect the PvP item level at all. But like, let's say you have World PvP Pants, and you upgrade it with all of the Dream Crests, and you make it epic, 8 out of 8, then you can take it to the Catalyst, and you can make it tier. And supposedly, you still have unlimited Catalyst charges from last season. So you could get tier set right now if you wanted, I think. I'm not sure, though. Maybe they fixed it already. That was a couple days ago. You get crests. Literally anything. PvP, the seed things, the hourly like super bloom thing. Supposedly, if your alt doesn't want to do the PvP quest or do any like quests in the new zone to get the rep to get your weekly spark, the best way to do it on alts that I've heard is in the new area. There's like this one every like by the first town every hour. It's called like super bloom. You just follow it around and kill things for like 10 minutes. If you do that event, it pretty much gives you all the rep you need for the spark quest. All 3 rogue specs are good. 10.2 rogue is really high quality of life. I like it. Even when they do nerf the damage. We got more mobility, and it feels like there's more choices on the talent tree. It's less of like pick 1 out of 5 things cookie cutter and, you know, more flexible like everyone else. Like I don't get punished for having 8-second dance or subterfuge or anything like that. You gotta farm rep to get sparks. I mean, that's how it was in season 2 also. You either had to do the weekly PvP quest or you had to do the 1500 rep for the mole people. It's the same concept. That's just one of the ways to get your weekly spark. But yeah, Super Boom is the quickest way to do it on alts. The hour, it's every hour on the hour, it's an event. But yeah, your alt, you can just go straight into the new zone. And then you just go do the Super Bloom and then you're done. My meld bugged and didn't give me the re-stealth Garrotes. Now my Garrotes on CD. Yeah, it's nice because your alt can just use the item in your bags to just skip the intro to the new zone. You go into the new zone, you go do the Super Bloom, and then you're done. It's really quick. It's way faster than doing like epic BGs or, you know, whatever it is for the weekly. Unless you just RNG get a week where arena is the way to do it. Or you could just alternatively always be a week behind. And honestly, it's not that much of a disadvantage. Even at a rank 1 level. In which case, they spoon feed you things if you're behind. Like, if you're a spark behind, you just win an arena, boom, you have a spark, you know? Oh, you're behind on Trophies of Strife because you're never going to do the quest? Boom, you buy them with honor when you're behind. And you never have to do the kill 100 people on a zone quest. Not that you'll really need to do it more than once or twice, because most of the world PvP gear isn't even BIS. It's just like getting a certain stat combination on like one piece. Where it's like, oh, I need a Verse Mastery belt until I craft that as like my last crafting piece, you know, at the end of the season, like 10 crafted items in, you know? Best Assa build for 10-2? Probably like one like this, where you play it bleed execute, 7 combo points, lethality. This is just more damage. I think dance and like AoE shiv is just like more of like a 2s 1v1 for fun kind of thing. I think Outlaw might be crit. It has really good synergy with crack shot and then like spamming between the eyes. Blind has been 5 for most of this expansion. So to get a sap, you have to pair it with a stun. To do stun into blind sap, or like gouge into blind half sap, or like blind off of a kick, or like blind as an interrupt mid cast where like they were casting for like an entire global and that kind of adds into it. Or like bomb at the end of blind. Like I like it more actually nerfed, because people don't just trade their trinket for it religiously. So and I feel like whenever I get a sap, I kind of did something. So I don't mind it. Even if it adds a little more counterplay and makes things more obvious for the other team. Yeah, it is crazy how OP clone is. I used to advocate that clone like should be high duration, but high dodge, dude, I don't know. I'm sad I didn't bump into you at the con, like. I know you said you weren't like at the Hilton that night most nights, but yesterday was brutal. I didn't even stream with Cam. Or Mike yesterday. It was just mute. Clone last 6. Which is kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know if it's COVID. I didn't get a COVID test. I'm like 60% through it. It didn't hit me till 2 days after I got back from the con. That I had like a horrible fever and like joint pain and all that. Now it's just headache and joint pain. And a cough. Feels no different than like a normal kind of head cold, but... Yeah, I only bumped into Ven for like 10 seconds, like multiple times, but... I did most of the convention stuff during the day because my girlfriend actually wanted to do the convention stuff, even though she doesn't play or follow anything kind of Blizzard wise. So we did almost everything outside of some of the lines at the Darkmoon Fair. We even waited 4 hours for the tarot card reading. And then usually I wasn't getting to like the Hilton or the Sheraton every night till like 8. Settle for 10 seconds? Wait, what? You think it's a good time to get back to the game? I mean, a new season is always the best time. It's a little more active. Everyone's caught up on gear. You farm honor gear in like an hour, 2 hours, and then boom, you're good to go. I mean, you're going to be under geared if you take like PvP seriously in the preseason, where everyone has like, 20 item levels over you if they world PvP all day, every day. I think Assa spec. I think Assa is really good. It's my least favorite spec, though. I don't feel like, I never really enjoy Assa because I don't consider it like rogue, because I'm just like tab dotting, Like if I want to brute force, I like Outlaw. Outlaw is actually my favorite. Because you're just playing fast, and it's like a mix between PvE and still CCing people. We're both just dead through swap. If he were to use life. This DK pumps though. I don't even blame him on that. I vanished and then he swapped me and then we were both just dead. Crazy how much they're buffing DK too. And they're gonna get a legendary. I don't think DK will be as broken as like Warrior though. Crazy how much faster the pre-patch is though than PTR. On PTR, it was like 10 APM, everyone's immortal. And it was like the same damage we're seeing on the pre-patch, but everyone has like 500k more health. On pre-patch, everyone's just exploding every global. It's very different. I think Assa's good, even though they die so fast. I mean, I don't think they die that fast if I'm like trading buttons right. Like that was just an outlier of the DK one-shotting both of us. He would one-shot any other spec in the game like that. Outside of maybe Ret. Ret's immortal, but... I mean, you don't have to do 4 chapters of campaign. You could literally be chapter 1 and just do the super bloom. Way faster. I think Aug nerfs will be enough. I mean, Aug's been nerfed like 7 times. And it's still broken. I don't think it's possible to ever nerf it enough. Unless you literally just say, yo, we're making it take a spot as a healer. Give it the prop pally treatment. I don't think Aug belongs in PvP. I mean, it ruins Mythic Plus and PvE too. I don't think it's 4 out of 7 to get the quest for it. Not used to my Thistle Tea bind being different, because Thistle Tea and Dance had the same bind. Waiting on the PS before I press Kingsbane, but maybe I just press on this guy actually. If I don't just die randomly. Big penance here. A double kill? Where's the Maldiva add-on? Double kill. First blood. Stare at my details the entire game. Throw it in this guy. Throw it in that guy. Could have DFA'd that. Actually, I think I spent my combo points on the Rupture. I couldn't. Why is every priest playing Disc right now? It does some good damage. I think RMP might still be better with Holy, though. Especially if we're in an R-Druid meta once they all get their tier set. Assa's really good, yeah. All three specs are good. I think we're gonna probably get some nerfs, but Assa's still my least favorite, especially since it lost Mark for Death. I don't feel like I gained that much different. I mean, it's nice that the talents are a little more flexible, where I can like choose to go like dance and stuff instead of like playing 7 combo point. Like the normal build I was seeing people play is like this. This definitely does more damage, but it's been fun like trying to play like a dance AoE shiv build. Because the bleed execute seems pretty over nerfed. I mean, it's nice they have a flat 10% dam, but Killing Spree can do like 200-300k damage, but it's still, there's so much micro CC in the game for it. So I think playing Greenskin or playing Count the Odds is better. Mark for Death is gone, yeah. I mean, at least they fixed the Sanguine bugs. Yeah, the openers as Assa definitely feel really weird without Mark for Death. Because there's so many different strings of maintenance between getting up your Kyrian Rupture, getting up your Bone Spike, getting up Slice and Dice. Yeah, Sanguine doesn't break stealth anymore. Kingsbane is insane. At least that solves Assa's problem of never having burst. Because Assa's problem was like you had no burst. And that's kind of what Outlaw's problem was too. Where it was just like sub is the only spec that can burst, you know? And it was not fun being like, okay, I got a 60k in Venom and then, you know, I'm going back to tab growing the whole game. Like at least now you kind of have a win con with that. Death marker separate. It's more about the instant damage than it is the dot damage, right? But yeah, I think they have good synergy together. It's just how risky is it to get removed by a bop or dwarf or mending bandage or OP cloak or diffuse or dragon dispel. Also, like, you know, you can Kingsbane twice as often as Deathmark. I don't think it's something that religiously you hold on to, you know, an entire minute and make sure they line up. It's just like a bonus if they have no removals and it lines up. Because at the end of the day, like, Kingsbane is just relevant damage too. You just want to make sure you shib before you do it so it gets the modifier. Rank for all specs. The season hasn't started yet. No one has their new tier sets and all that. No one could really guess right now. I don't know. I played sub all week, and then I played Outlaw mostly yesterday. I'm only playing Outlaw and Assa because people have been begging me to play it, but Outlaw actually kind of is my favorite right now. Just because it's true Zug Zug APM. Like, I love that Adrenaline Rush is like a quicker global, and that you can hold Adrenaline Rush for like 40 seconds straight, and that Ghostly Strike is off global. You're just, the APM is like through the roof. You're just breaking your keyboard. I think Verse Mastery for sub still. Good. Thought he was gonna disarm me there, but he didn't. He overlapped kind of a bit there. My meld didn't let me get the cheap Garrote. Now my Garrote's on CD. Yeah, the legendary is gonna be insane for Warrior. I don't know about like Ret Warrior with it, even though Ret is always good into Rogue. But it's weird because Ret Hunter counters Rogue so hard, and then RMP can beat Ret Warrior pretty easy. I mean, it's still way harder than it used to be, especially like the Fistweaver version. Like Shadowlands, it was the biggest easy counter of all time. And then last season, it was kind of tough if they were good. If you didn't get a perfect opener or something, you know. It had potential to lose, but you still should win. And then you just replace the Warrior, even though Warrior is really good into Rogue and Red is really good into Rogue. And then you switch to Ret Hunter and it's like the biggest counter in the world. It's weird how that works, but... Thoughts on Crit Outlaw? Crit Outlaw is probably better. It's just, I'm gonna gear for sub first, obviously. So, I'll get crit gear like way later in the season or something. Or maybe one of my alts will go crit and the other one will go verse or something, but... Possible to get arena chiefs on off season? I answered you in party chat. I'm not sure. I don't think you get rewards, but I think you get the achievement. I'm not sure though. I don't know if you'll get like the 20, like the enchant if we hit 2-1. I don't think you will. Or you already hit 2-1. I mean, did you proc the achievement just now, or did you already have it? Yeah, I don't think you get titles. You just get the achievement. Yeah, I don't think you got the enchant. Yeah. The next achieves 2200. We'll see a 2200, and then we'll mix it up. You can do the T build, but 7 combo point is worth way more than T is. T is Jabate. It's not actually 26% mastery. It's like 8 or 10% more damn the way it scales. T is not that scary. The 7th combo point matters a fuck ton. Way more than even the 5% modifier on Strata. 7 combo points is mandatory, especially with the new blades. I don't think I got the big Druid on the Druid. That's kind of annoying. That sucks. I was hoping to step before the Ursula. That was a good Ursula. I wanted to cheap shot and then get big Druid on both, but I don't think I'll get there. Oh nice, I got there. I wanted to regrow just to have the maximum duration of OP growth, but they peeled me on it before I can get the more duration. So it has like the pandemic if you refresh it a second time. Should have tried to go for the re here instead of autoing him. Because he has bleeds to stop the re anyway. Moonfire's my re. He got so hard after losing on Priest, he's gotta go full Dino this game, dude. Even though I'm just chilling doing viewer twos. Oh, big Kingsbane soon. 50% damp, the game's starting soon. There's the double Swifty Storm. I don't know how I got cloned there. Is there like some new druid tech that I don't know about? That was like instacast. First I thought the Trents cloned me. I was like, wait a minute, what? Oh, I love Wrath the Lich King sprint. I can actually chase a Ferrari Druid. I think 2-piece Season 2 tier might actually stay Biss, yeah. It helps with energy problems. It helps with Swift Death being so hard to pick because you have to waste your point on the AoE stealth talents that don't even work in Arena to get it. So if you want to be able to symbols every DR on DR, like, it's kind of huge. I mean, I still have been wasting a talent point to get Swift Death, even with 2-piece. But, I don't know. 30 item level is not the end of the world for it. Because I don't feel like our new tier is viable in Arena. It was like 2% of my damage overall in a game wearing 4-piece. It was like an occasional 30% chance to proc like 30k more of this damage, I think. Doesn't really do anything. Is Prey back already? Shit, I'm gonna die then. I was all-inning him here. Shoot death procs. I'm gonna disarm when he does get to me. I'm gonna die to the dot though. God, they were playing that so sweaty. Kent, thank you so much for the tier 1 10-month reset. It's crazy how they try that hard and emote me when I'm doing viewer 2s. I don't get it. I did 3 times more than the wear. Yeah, I was pumping. Oops, I did not mean to press rupture there. By the way, I'm not an Assa expert. Does anyone know if I'm supposed to ambush, even if I'm not playing like blindside or anything? Like if I do play dance, just for fun, even though I think strata and lethality are probably better. I think you can still catalyst old season items, yeah. Because I think they left that open for transmog, right? It's just mute but more damage. Is it more damage? I thought mute scaled with more talents, but most of the talents that affects it. Like most. Doing Kingsbane, yes, otherwise no. Well, I thought mostly ambush had to interact with talents like this. It is like twice as much value. Is it just numbing poison? I don't think it's mind numbing anymore, right? More poison procs for Kingsbane, that makes sense. I think ambush is more combo points too. No, they're both 2. little scary for me here. Global, I press Kings, man. I don't get my death mark on it. I mean, he would have just probably tranked it anyway. Eventually, I'll move my character. I got kited so long, I actually lost my slice and dice. That's insane. Well, not kited, but fear coil, axe toss, refear root, whatever, Ursel. It was just like 8 micros all at once. Fresh rupture is less than 6. Bomb while he's kicked, you can't port. Here's the death mark. Just a big Kingsbane. Walls. Next toss is me. Here comes the Tyrant. Mouse over focus it to kick it, but get micro CC 3 times instead. Evasion all the pets. Kidney the Tyrant off me. Go stop the clone. I mean, I guess I could have kidneyed lock and blinded the Tyrant. Or gouged the Tyrant. I just didn't have that many globals. So he literally triple stunned me. With Axe Toss, Shadow Fury, Re-Axe Toss, or whatever. The Legion army is strong. Right now I'm using the Wooting 60 HE. Death mark fast at the start? I mean, maybe. Not really, though. That's the best rogue spec? I don't know about best. It's really good, though. All 3 rogue specs are good. I don't know what's best, though. It's whatever has less counterplay and PV is the best. Because they've nerfed CC so much. The problem is just that Kingsbane does instant damage no matter what you want to do with it. And then there's just 5 million tools that counter Deathmark. So you're usually waiting on people to waste their resources for you to have a window to Deathmark. But even if someone uses their resources on the Kingsbane, you already got value out of like the initial giant hit. So it's just way more flexible. Sudden Demise not worth playing. It's definitely really good. Most people I'm seeing are playing it. I'm just playing this for 2s. So I don't think Scent of Blood is good in 2s. This could be really good in RBGs too. Or not RBGs, well, RBGs, solo queue, BG, and shuffle. This could be good. I lack finishing power sometimes and I want to have more burst. So Zoldyck is kind of nice. And then this also is just a 30% modifier instead of a 10% modifier. And usually the bleed execute only really kills them if they're at like 10%. But I do think Strata probably is better than Dance. Unless you just want maximum Garrotes per minute. Probably still sub for Shuffle. I don't know, it depends on what the meta is going to be, though. No, there's a quest where you turn your one splinter into 2 splinters. So yeah, you can only have one whole spark right now. Cloned out of this. I just triggered a triple DR. I was annoyed. Shouldn't have evasion that. I'm Kingsbane in 5. After this clunk. Stretch a little bit. Do a Zaryu posture check. He retimes his clone wrong and lets me get a free re. Isn't that right? He's gonna cloak this. I'm so bad. I should have just print this on Druid. I thought he cloaked already for some reason. I'm stupid. Just not being able to track trinket shit just makes me overthink everything so much. Hopefully they fix that before the season starts. In my head, I'm like, the rogue has no trinket. I'm just gonna wombo combo this guy real quick. And then he just cloaks it. I'm just clone wrong again. Evasion just kidney. %54 dampening, the game's starting soon. It might be possible to move a Druid's health bar. Sorry, I'm a rogue because they're landing TC. He cloaks it, so we're gonna blind him off, mate. He trinkets it. Meld, cheap shot him off, mate. I don't get the big growth on the Druid, that's kind of unfortunate. They're going him after the life swap. I need to come back and peel, but I don't really have anything to peel with. I have to just kind of hit him with damage. Killing spree, he might be dead. Make sure he doesn't clone him low or anything. Any of the guy next global. I'm getting cloned. I can't range it because I'm just like snared for no reason. He's probably dead here because he's Zoom. Druid's gonna go for a drink here. Auto him through the pillar. We love acrobatic strikes. Try to go kidney to peel. He's gonna cloak this again probably. Oh, he doesn't have cloak. We kill here then. I love playing mana games. Probably sub for shuffle. I don't know yet though. The season hasn't started yet, so there's no way really to know. Depends on whatever Blizzard decides to nerf. Because nowadays the game is really PvE in Arena, especially with like the 90-second healer trinket and all that change. So whatever just pumps the hardest will be what people play. Because damage is what wins games. Unless you're just like trying really hard to sub RMP. Like, and just trying to one-shot. Which isn't even about CC chains anymore. It's just like, okay, cross the guy, chastise fear and this guy. Okay, we got all three of them with the pre-CC. Now we're gonna just try to nuke him in 5 seconds. Instead of it being around CC chains. So if you like to cheese like that, like sub will still be good. But if you want like consistent tournament play where the enemy team is really good at surviving and knows how to break up goes and everything, then you have to just play Outlaw or Assa probably and just PvE. Unless you're like a specialist team that's really dedicated to just RMP and then like, you know, you get a lucky bracket. But overall, like, even Waz and them don't, like, religiously play sub Rogue Mage, right? Like, most of the time they were playing Outlaw Arcane lately, and then, like, you know. Waz was, like, Boomkin almost all of Season 2 tourneys, and then even in the Guild Clash thing, he was playing Warrior. Or even Outlaw Ellie, you know. I mean, granted, Jamie wasn't normally on the roster, it was usually Chanimal, but... Outlaw Ellie is really popular on EU, and no one plays it on NA. It's weird. Open in 55%. I mean, that's how it goes. You gotta have the confidence. So, Trinket is 2 minutes for DPS players, right? To get out of CC with Medallion. But if you're a healer, now your Trinket is 90-second cooldown. So, a minute and a half. You just get Trinket back 30 seconds faster as a healer. Which means you never really have that window where, like, all three of the enemy team have no Trinket. And, you know, they don't have some defensive they can just press while stunned. You know, people are always going to have something. So it kind of goes against the script of, like, trying to, like, play for a tiny little window and, like, threading the needle. Now it's just, you know, even more of a just try to win on mana forehead kind of game, you know? Which is what it already kind of usually is for the other 99% of comps in the game. Because even RMP isn't, you know, about a CC comp anymore. It's just like a, can you pre this guy? Okay, we're killing him in a 5-second window. Like, you're not trying to get 3 polys and a fear on the healer. You're trying to fear a DPS and kill in 1 stun poly. So it's like you CC the healer for 10 seconds and you're trying to kill in like a 4-second window before your cross ends. And the other DPS gets out to peel. And it's just like, okay, we got this guy's trinket, we got this guy's trinket. You know, and then eventually there's a go with no trinket and you try to win the game. But not many other comps even play like that. There's not really any like CC chain comps anymore. So I don't consider like a stun 1 poly to really be a CC chain. And occasionally it'll be like, okay, I got a half poly, okay, I DB'd off of it, okay, I DR off cheap shot off of it, okay, I dueled. Like, sometimes you can try to do some sweaty stuff, but for the most part, that's not how you intend to play. Because, like, doing an extended go just, like, makes the next go less clean. I mean, I'm just playing all 3 because people want to see all 3, right? It's funny because I'll play sub for 5 days straight and everyone will be complaining. Saying, hey, play Assa, hey, play Outlaw. And then as soon as I play them, everyone's like, hey, play sub. But Assa's my least favorite. It's good. I'm not saying it's worse. I think it's doing way more damage even than I do as Outlaw. It does the most damage, I think. It could be the best. It's just Outlaw's the most fun. And then sub is the most satisfying and interesting. But sometimes easy is practical for Assa. I think cheat death is still better, sadly, yeah. Even with like nimble, you can't really afford the global to press feint when you're playing aggro. And then a lot of times, most people burst with AoE anyway, so if you like pre-feint a kidney, you're still getting value. On like mage damage, secret tech, rapid fire. Like so many specs just have AoE and like you still get value out of feint even when you're not playing cheat death. I don't know, 20% is so little damage, you die through it. Cheat death is just like every rank one, like Waz, Calvish, everyone is still playing cheat death. Like even if you are really good at feinting and you predict it and you feint every single stun, it doesn't really save you. And then there's just certain situations where you have no trinket, where cheat death actually is another whole cooldown to make sure you rotate through everything. Dodge the sphere. Banish his dance. He actually faked me on the ultimate penance. Look, the secret. It was a really bad secret since I wasn't stunned. I shouldn't have let that penance go off. I could have kicked it. A little scary because we're going for a drink or something. I'm gonna die because we just went for a drink for no reason. We were so ahead. The priests were out damaging the rogue. I did more than 3 times his damage. And then he just didn't heal me for 10 seconds straight. I don't know why we need a drink when I'm literally like quadrupling his damage. Unless details is bugged. I mean, he just got to pad 1,000,000 at the end after everyone else was dead. Yeah, the priest still out-damaged him. You just gotta heal me and then we win.
New season, new grind.
Yeah, I mean, the new season's not for 3 more days. And then we actually get to play the video game. But thank you so much, Crunchy. I appreciate it. I saw him out of my line too when I was stunned. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm gonna die. How do you shadow meld like a rank 1? Just to meld anything that's like airborne at you. I mean, Fate wanted to save me there. I started at 30% because I got knocked off my flying mount. But yeah, just try to meld when something's gonna happen to you, like a glacial or an arcane surge, and you will. It has like invincibility frames on it, like in fighting games. Think of it as like a parry. And if you time it right, you can avoid anything. You can avoid a chaos bolt. You can avoid a coil. It's really game changing. I timed my disarm too late. I'm gonna die because of that. Talking about meld, anyone have an issue with meld into stealth? Yeah, that's if you're not like playing subterfuge. Sometimes you just get dotted out or AoE'd at the same time you're pressing it when you're spamming like meld cheap shot. Not using it for fancy moves like melding kidneys and stuff. No, I'm using it for fancy stuff, but I'm also like multitasking it where it's like fancy and value, whether it's like a sap or like off cheap shot, big garrotes. But yeah, on Assa it's more of just DR cheap garrote someone. But as like sub, it's like, yeah, meld the Stormbolt, meld this. I'm gonna give them the opener probably, if he doesn't get sapped. If they're in combat. Giving the opener's kind of troll, but... Got his cloak on non-death mark. Oh, he's not playing OP cloak. That's crazy. Hoping to get a sap there, but... Pops at 1%. Auto the rogue through pillar, make sure it doesn't get a re. Bubble. Try to proc a crippling through LOS, but I can't. There we go. Got another bop out of the way. Try to have Asian Kitty in a sec. Back to the wall so he can't step kitty me on it. Walk up and back to see if I can bait him. King's Bane, he should just die here. I don't know what the 2 feet away grip is. Hopefully he does the rep. He doesn't. Bomb the seal. Focus throw at the healer just for mind numbing. It makes it where I can't gouge him into fear though. So maybe I shouldn't get slow and mind numbing on him, but just gonna dot the healer, even though that means we can't fear him. I've stepped to Kenny the Rogue in 1. Good dwarf again. I have a death mark soon. Disarm Rogue. Oh, I knew he was gonna kidney me there. I don't know why we're paint sipping me at 100% while they're not even on me. Sack. I wanted to garrote the guy there, but I don't want to put garrote on CD. So I want to get big garrotes on both of them right here. Death mark should die. No dwarf or bop or anything. Doubled his dam. Gnome or dwarf when it comes down to the value. I don't think gnome is ever good unless like you're in a tournament and you have like 5 different characters of every race. And it's like, I'm fighting a Boomy. And you know you're fighting a Boomy. And you're a healer. I think any other time, Gnome is grief. You could argue it's like I have a short attention span warrior, you know, and I just... But Orc is better 99.9% of the time. Even Night Elf, you can make more of a hero play with it. Where you're just immune like a game-winning CC on you or something. Tournament plays a little different though for Gnome. Because it's like more consistent uptime chasing like a mage or something. If you know the matchups you're playing and it's just like I want to play a certain level of aggro. But even then, like, just being Orc makes you 10 times tankier passively and it's just safer. In case you ever do trinket aggro, you don't get punished for it or something like that. I accidentally disarmed the Trent. I meant to gouge it. Shift Q and Shift E are kind of close, I guess. I stunned his Trank. Or no, wait, that was just a clone, I think. Bashes me. I was gonna disarm the rogue there, but... My step kick decided it didn't want to work on the druid there. He's gonna get kidneyed here. I'm just gonna blind it. Oh, I'm gonna get cloned actually. Get recloned. It's fine though. Actually not that great, so I don't get the Garrote on the Druid. I'm gonna cloak this probably. Oh, we got Armbark. Waiting on some more dampening because it is a Druid. I don't like these fears when the druid's on stun DR. This Kingsbane's kind of bad because I don't have Shiv for it, but maybe I can kill in Trank. I'm doing so much damage. I think he can die. Kind of bad that I like sent the Shiv on the road. I mean, I got his Ironbark. I don't know why we're paint upping my Gouge. Gotta wait for him to be doing stuff. Druid's gonna drink here now. Try to get in range to get it. Kidney is subterfuge. Micro him as best I can. Cloaks my dots off. I don't like the DR blind, but I don't have much else to send it with. Dude, why am I like 99% snared the entire game? He's gonna get so much mana. That's game. Even if we get a drink of our own. He got like 80% mana. Oh, he only got 16. It felt like he drank literally forever. I don't know, that was weird. Kingsbane should be lethal here. Meld for a recheap. Corrode. I need a Thistle Tea way more. It's just I'm not used to it being a different bind. Because it usually is the same bind as my dance. Automaster's falling off this guy. I could have evasion that. I knew I was off DR. My slice and dice literally faded. That's how bad my uptime is right now. It's kind of crazy. There could be 70% dampening, no mana, and the guy's still fine. Hopefully Deathmark can 60-0 him, I guess. Give Druid his first precog in 10 minutes. Well, 7 minutes, but... Well, at least I doubled the guy's damage, even though my uptime was really bad at the end. It'll reset, man. Prey on the Weak is Outlaw only now. And it's a choice node between 10% Prey, unnerfed in PvP, and the Evasion CDR. Because they renamed Prey on the Weak to be Sting Like a Bee, and it's up against that and Float Like a Butterfly as like a choice node. So it's like, do you want the CDR when you do it like finishers for Evasion and Feint, or do you want 10% more down? Yeah, the other specs don't get it anymore. I believe it's still 10. I asked Reels about it early PTR, and he said that it's still 5 or whatever, but the tooltip showed 5 or showed 10 on a player. A long time ago, last time I checked, but it's been a minute since then. Maybe it was just a bug and then they re-put it at 5, I don't know. But yeah, 5 is so small. 10 at least can be a choice. 5 is... No way you give up Evasion CDR for that. Oh, I should have spec'd that at Disarm. I wanted to get a big guard on the lock too, but he's just too mobile. I might be just dead here. Nice swap. Getting coiled because I'm not playing DFA, so I disarm. That should be an easy matchup. We just gotta PvE better. We go Outlaw for a couple games though. This guy really gonna fly away. Disc does some crazy damage, yeah. I don't know if Disc is gonna be better or not. I feel like RMP still want Chastise really bad. Regardless of how much damage Priest does. Otherwise, it just has too much counterplay. That fear was so good. So I was gonna dance to keep my adrenaline rush going forever. I had to dance into a vanish, and I could have kept that adrenaline rush for another like 15 seconds. But I couldn't dance because of that fear. There's no way he meant for that, but it was still sick. Hate port while stunned. Got his trinket with the blind, I think. Yeah, Outlaw, especially into melee with Blade Flurry, like, is a giant pump. Opinion on MMO mice? Well, I mean, everyone's opinion is different. I'm against them. I've had 80 binds in some patches with extra like 1, 2, 3s and stuff that I don't need and step teammate and all that on a 2-button mouse. I think if your thumb is like sliding between, you know, 6+ buttons, it like halves your ability to actually kill totems and siphons and, you know, war banners and stuff like that. Makes you way slower. I like the peekaboo approach of like having shift alt control as a mouse button and doing like combinations of mouse and keyboard at the same time, but it's my muscle memory is not there for it. I'm used to how I already play. I can't really restart. And that seems more mentally taxing than just having 1 or 2 shitty binds. Where it's like, oh, I'm dueling with Y. Like, that one is weird for sure. The thing is, buttons you have on your mouse are buttons that you want to be able to press simultaneously as other buttons that are off global. Like for me, the bottom mouse button 4 or whatever, this one, if I can get it closer. This one is shadow step. This one is dance. So I just press both mouse buttons and 1 when I want to do dance, step, cheap shot, right? Like that makes sense. And then targeting is my scroll wheel. So scroll up is target 1, scroll down is target 2, middle mouse wheel is target 3. Everything scales, even warglaves in BG Blitz. It's a weak aura. All my weak auras are in here. It should be the one that says Outlaw buffs. I don't think his Guardian procs it. Well, just to keep my adrenaline rush as long as possible. I almost have adrenaline rush back already. Kind of just dying through swap though. But so did he almost die, so. Angel form, but he's lining it. He's getting full feared. I want it between the eyes, but I can't really afford to right now. I have danced so soon. I don't want it to be on CD for the dance. Should be able to sap that. No, why would we mind games that? I had a game-winning sap. Now we dot it too, so I can't even gouge. Going back out even though it's risky. I'm probably dead for that. If I die, I die. I'm not playing a 10-minute game behind the pillar where we just lose on mana. I wish we just didn't int my fucking game-winning sap though. The viewer 2's life, you know? I do so much damage. I actually do more damage as Outlaw than I do Assa. Outlaw's crazy. I was just playing Assa like an hour ago though. I've been enjoying like Dance Assa with AoE Shiv. Because it doesn't feel like the bleed execute works till 10%. But yeah, all 3 rogue specs are insane right now. It's definitely getting nerfed, but it's fun. Like rotationally. And I love that we got like more mobility. Yeah, everyone always asks me what's best or what's easiest. And Assa will always be the easiest, but sub is the most satisfying and you feel the coolest. But there's something about just how crazy Outlaw is that doesn't even feel like you're playing WoW. It just plays so much faster. Meld the glacial. Like Adrenaline Rush being 0.8 global and just having Adrenaline Rush for like 40 seconds straight. And then Ghostly Strike also being off global. It just feels like you have to play twice as fast and it's just so much more APM. Like you're just button mashing so hard. Wish this was LOS. I would say sub makes the most sense to fix what you're doing wrong. Because it's more scripted, you can kind of pick apart the big mistakes. Whereas Assa and Outlaw is just like, since you're PvEing, you know. Yeah, I did cop one of the jerseys. We went a little crazy on the merch there. It's pretty cozy. What's crazy is like, I'm 6'2", and the medium was like a dress on me. It did not fit at all. I had to get a small, and even the small is a little big. It was a weird, like the small was like still, the small felt like a large. I was like, god damn. I think you keep the 15k on her, yeah. 1 million heal with Night Sight? That's hilarious, with all the scaling. Invasion the big meta, I guess. Sucks. I let my Adrenaline Rush fall again. I could have melded, but I got like micro CC'd at the end. I don't know. We went from paints up and gouges at 100% and paints up in the wrong target to just not pressing it. Because I pressed every single button on meta. I want to get this guy 2200 and then mix it up though. You keep it, Stefan. Nah, I think he trinketed the blind. It's just trinkets don't track right now, so it's like really annoying. Why is rating matter right now? It doesn't. He just wants to get the achievement even though it doesn't give him enchants or anything. Because we want to see if it gets him the achievement or not. So, it is what it is. It does give him the achievement? Yeah. I'm using classic Caspars for that. Can you still get elite? No, you can't get elite gear or the enchant. So like anything that's a reward from PvP you can't get. You can just get the achievement. Yeah, you don't get anything from it besides that. My meld bugged, so I had to like vanish to keep my AR instead of being able to use both of them forever. I have no vanish or dance for a while, so I'm gonna press between the eyes manually. Get my slice and dice going again. Kill the obelisk. Step my healer just to recover, I guess. Dodge that. Into blind. Into half sap. Yeah, season's over. You can get the new elite set next week on the 14th when it starts. But yeah, right now we're in the preseason. Does it update and check PvP? I'm not sure. I think if it's just your peak rating, it just pulls from your statistics tab, doesn't it? So probably. If it's like if your peak rating is in the preseason or whatever, and then next season they check PvP you. I think it also has a section for what your CR or like your season best is, rather than just being your overall best, but Otherwise, I'm not really sure what you're asking. But... I don't want to vanish this route. It's too good for my other stuff. Ooh, I forgot to go, I'm not playing Disarm. It's kind of sketchy. Am I playing OP Cloak then? No, I'm not. Still playing DFA from when I chased the Warlock. Bang, thanks for the raid, man. Hate the guy's trap. Right now we're just doing some viewer twos. Oh, I had a sap there. Forgot to go disarm this game, so it's a little sketchy for these marksmen, but... Wishing I can killing spree out of roots so badly right now. So I'm not playing it. And it costs combo points anyway. I'm just gonna cast Between the Eyes manually here, because I don't have Vanish or Dance for a while. For some reason I thought I had triple dare still. Crazy how short Diamond Ice is. Might as well just be a scatter shot. Got some cat aggro. Canceled deter, what? Got spend on 5. Going through Ross. Wishing I could vanish the root here. Is he gonna bash? Yeah, he bashes into evasion. That's crazy. It was like halfway through my evasion too. It wasn't even me timing it. I was just evasioning rapid fire. I have dance in 3, so I'm not gonna press between the eyes manually. I might just die to one random rapid fire though. He life swapped it. Watch the flare. Still just dying. Can you that next global? Might be that nice for. Should be able to sap that too. Sucks I didn't get subterfuge though from that meld because he actually flared it, so it canceled my subterfuge. The most damage when I get out of this. Got Druid's Trinket. Vanish this aim shot. You can't deter. You can't Blade Flurry through deter anymore. But a little scary for me. He might actually get one cast off. Yeah, I'm just gonna die. Rapid skill. 2 death rocks. Shoot him with my gun. Oof. I guess he's been working at 5, yeah. I've been liking playing Dance at AoE Shiv and not playing the Execute. DR Diamond Ice? Yeah. Got the achieve? Grats. Okay, we'll do one more and then mix it up. It's already queued, so. Okay, it actually is 1v5. I didn't see the guy in the tree. I was like, 1v4 maybe, but... Yeah, he got the achievement, but we'll do one more. I'm feeling like 60% over it. Still have a really bad headache and my joints are really bad, and I've still been coughing a lot. But the fever's mostly gone. I don't think it's COVID because it's only been like 4 or 5 days and I'm kind of like through it. The headache is killing me though. Ibuprofen on cooldown. Liver be damned. You're crazy. I mean, that's the real cure to a hangover, right? Just drink more. I mean, how much do you play, Zero? Do you have enough overkill to buy everything twice? I think there's a quest right now that gives you 750. If you have enough to buy it twice, I guess. But at the end of the day, you only have to wait like 2 or 3 more days. It's better to wait. Because you don't upgrade the blue gear anymore. So if you buy the blue gear, you'll have to buy twice as much. You just straight up buy the epic with Trophy of Strife and tokens. So if you buy the whole blue set to have fun for 1 week, or like the last 3 days right now, then you're gonna need way more bloody tokens. Yeah, get ready to sign up after this game. I'm switching people. He's like biting my hand now for attention, bro. Isn't Zerker? It's crazy. Guy's got the patience of a saint. I could have danced there to keep the AR going even longer. Kind of bad that I didn't. Got bubble though. Got wall. Gonna pre-kick him the next time he casts. As soon as he stops moving. No, he just blinds me. I have dance really soon, so I'm not gonna between the eyes manually. Waiting on Adrenaline Rush to roll the bones. Go up. I think we're just here. I don't know how we lost one mana, but... They're at 5% mana too now. Got pre-wall. Please get me. No, I'm just gonna die this global. And I'm gonna lose my adrenaline rush. So I just couldn't vanish for like 10 seconds straight. That sucks. Yeah, we shouldn't be losing that on mana with Priest versus Paladin. Especially because I had so much pressure the first like 5 minutes, but GG's though, we're gonna mix it up, get someone new in. We got him as 2200, so. Alright, we're gonna go sub for a bit too, since it's double DPS. If this mob of people let me. I might have to join the first game as Outlaw. With the dance build or the normal build? Did the bleed execute with Strata, or was it the dance and AoE shiv? I should add both to the pace bin either way. Normal build with no dance. Okay, that wasn't the one I've mostly been playing. That's what I've been seeing other people playing. Conquest can convert into honor? I think so. I don't know, Outlaw is my favorite, and then like sub is the most satisfying. But there's just something to be said about how Zug just adrenaline rush feels the entire game. It's satisfying. Apparently I couldn't blind off that. I think I might have blinded DK on accident. It might have macro bugged or something. Tap the guy out of nothing. Perforated Gormaw. Hopefully we can get a fear out of that. I won't be able to sap it because Trent's, but maybe we can kill on it still. I guess I should have tried to... No, I already dueled. I had cloak back actually. Druids are always scary for this comp because it plays entirely around getting fear saps, and you can never sap a druid because they permanently have Trents out, so they stay combat. Oh, I was pressing meld for that. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Because I had already sapped it in the opener. Might just be dead. I think that's supposed to combine the chats isn't working actually right now. Shit. I actually missed some messages on YouTube. I need to fix that later. I'm gonna play around with that tonight, like after stream, but I'll try to open the YouTube chat separately. Favorite rogue spec to play at the moment? Outlaw is probably actually my favorite right now. I don't want to give them the opener like I would with the healer DPS game, just because double DPS, I kind of throw the game if I open first. I'll blind because I don't think he's going to get the fear. You can Gormaw while disarmed. Disarm because he wants to kidney me really bad. Pick mind games. Gonna cloak the Kingsbane. Should be okay. I don't like the rupture that much because it makes. Actually, I do like it because he vanished. Meld so I don't get sapped or anything. Put off the ward. Really good coil for pre. Gets the full fear. I cold blooded this because I don't want to break CC. He trinkets anyway though. I get a gouge. I'll dual healer off that. Also prevents the rogue from kidneying me. They fear me for the setup. When they do kidney me, I'll trinket vanish here. I don't want to take too much damage. Actually, the priest stuns me. I trinket van anyway. Kidney priest. Big Gormaw. Clean. Outlaw has weak burst. It's better than it used to be. Dance is really good now with all the modifiers for it. Yeah, I don't see the clean message there on my chat merge thing. That's so weird. I'm gonna have to play around with that for sure. Evasion to stun. We got both pain subs in the opener. Took that heal. Good clone. I'm okay with that though. We're just waiting on DRs anyway. Barrel pre-walls. I'll blind off that because I don't think he's gonna get the fair. Actually, he walls for the fair. Dodge because the guy stayed combat. I don't think it's that paper. It's just double DPS and he played aggro. And his healer didn't really get to use every CD either. Yeah, Spore Cape is to the ground. They got the Ghost Crawler nerf gun. Because it was already halved and they halved it again. It's like a 40 or 50k shield now. And people are going to have like a 900k to 1.2 million in full gear. Granted, maybe it scales with item level, and if you make it at 489, maybe it'll be back to 100, 150k. In which case, that might actually still be better than some things. Because the Mastery Embellishment does almost nothing. Even for Outlaw, the Fang Mythic Plus weapons, those got nerfed in half. There's not really any good embellishments besides Precog and Infurious Boots that are like actually relevant. Like the Mastery is a couple percent sometimes in the opener, that's about it. The secondary proc every once in a while doesn't proc that often, and it could just proc the wrong stats. You can get a haste proc or something. So that one's not good. The melee version of precog where you get a big auto after you get kited for a while, that's pretty bad. There's not really any like useful embellishments that you're like happy about. Besides maybe just these boots. Because 500 primary stats a decent bit. I fucked up. Somehow he feared the penance. Well, I'm gonna make sure I get the sap. Okay. Sub is always like the most satisfying, the most technical, and like the most like. I want sub to always be the best, but I understand in tournament play, it's frustrating that, you know, it's one of the only specs in the game that has like counterplay. And it's like one of the only interactive specs in the game. So you're just on a burden to be a whole nother level than your opponent. And then it also just has bad matchups. Whereas PvE comps don't really have bad matchups. Like Outlaw Arcane is always going to be better in a tournament than like Subfire. Unless you know the matchup you're playing. Like it's just, you know. Alright, mages are good in tournaments. They're not always like the craziest thing. It's just they're immortal, unless you play Glass Cannon Fire, in which case you die randomly in a global. You're just tanky, you have CC. Hopefully he lives to hunt here. Try to evasion leg sweep. Didn't get it. I think that was Trinket Life Cocoon, but I think we're dead. I don't really have anything else to feel unless he gets a big drain off. Thought I did the secret before the fear, but I'm not sure. Yeah, buying the weapon first is usually always best. Leave me alone, my bad, dude. A bloody token's a bloody token, you know? Sorry, Cryptic. Name of the special guest? What do you mean? I'm doing viewer 2s right now. But this guy's in chat occasionally. His Twitch name is really similar to his character name. Oh, my cat? She has multiple names. Sometimes it's Lotus, sometimes it's Loaf. Yeah, I have a lot of emotes of her. More emotes to come, too. I'm still playing Disarm on accident. And I'm not Thieves Bargain. Oops. I'm still playing from the Warrior game. Crazy how people don't open first against double DPS. I guess I'll just soft open. The Drapumi stun me. Disarms me too. And they pre-bop air. That's crazy. And they half Hodge and backpedal. I'll blind if he doesn't get that. I'm blinding. Get my sap. JK, the guy trinkets. I'll just gouge. Pull one of this because I don't want to break CC. Look here. Can you pally into hopefully a fear? He bubbles it, of course. I don't think it's worth me trying to go through it. Actually, maybe I should have picked that. To gouge. I might be dead without getting my Hellstone off. Really? Got the Hellstone off?
Nahj
Gouge. Do it off cheap shot. Oh yeah. Then I got Chandler's with the Nahj jam. Thank you so much, man. Didn't go through on the actual alert, but there you go. She has photobombed me in tournaments, man. I'll be in like the middle of a AWC like top 8 like stream the game, and she'll just jump on my lap mid game while I'm like laser focused. Cause she just starts with attacking my feet, and then if I pick her up, she doesn't want to be on my lap. But then if I ignore her, she's like, nope, I'm jumping up on my own. You think Feral can possibly win Rogue 1v1? I think Feral kind of counters Rogue 1v1, unless the Rogue does some, like, Omega Calvish double vanish in the opener, try to kill them in one go. And they don't use every defensive they have. And because they're not expecting someone to be that aggro. At least last patch. This patch, maybe not. Rogue is pretty insane right now. But we're going to get nerfed, and then it'll go back. Feral historically has been the best 1v1 class in the game, except for this expansion where Arcane is just immune to death. Because a lot of the Arcane heals don't get affected by dampening. So in that one, like, Palomar duel tournament, Feral versus Arcane went to, it was Axton and Seavarks. They went to 85% dampening, which is kind of insane. Go graphic settings? Sure. So I usually keep this at 89. I don't know how that changed. Just buffs my frame rate. Oh yeah, let me change my talents back. So loot, Lebo. Hopefully that wasn't too fast for you with the settings. If you want me to change it, let me know. Blades. Dorma. Secret. Bit of sap. Duel. Got wall. Now we just run. Forgot who trinketed because the UI just doesn't track trinkets anymore. Try to kick the tyrant, but I'm micro CC'd like 20 times. Kill the obelisk. Just gonna kidney the tyrant. Stun healer. He triggered the coil. I'll blind because he got CC'd. He fears the trinket. Gouge off that. Guardian procs. Isn't the new season the 14th? It is, yeah. This is the preseason, Zerdy. So it's basically, you can get achievements, but you can't unlock the elite set or any transmog or anything like that. But yeah, it's just being able to queue with MMR that hasn't been wiped yet. And just to have something to do. Because we have 3 more days until we can play the game. But yeah, it's not like I'm just gonna not play, right? Double dancing this was terrible. I thought I'd be able to step the shaman and actually hit him. But he actually did a good job kiting there. I also shouldn't have gapped to even let him burrow. I need to stop trying to force the secret until like the restun. He's gonna tremor this. Oh, he didn't. Oh, I almost sapped his trinket.
Nasu.
What's up, Bodhi? You seeing your apprentice at work? Whenever there is like some viewer threes tourney type thing, dude, like you gotta do shed your fear of doing threes and queue up. With the affliction buffs, it might actually be insane. I think Rhett's gonna be good. Everyone likes to gaslight about Rhett. I've never seen Rhett not get gaslit and do insane mode. We got a lot of CDs there. Not sure how that broke, but Little India. How's that? Outlaw's insane. I've been streaming it a lot lately. It's just right now I'm playing double DPS. It's really fun. Cat iced up. She does have a chainmail collar, yeah. That my girlfriend made. It makes her a little more sassy. I want to play like one global, man. He's probably dead here. Actually, he's kind of living. It's the fear. Get my sap. Pick penance, vanish. I have another pick. Could have blinded Hunter there, I guess. I could still win this 1v2. I don't have trinkets. Easy clap. See if I can like bait a paint up or something. Not actually going here. I should not have backstabbed there. I wasted my perforated. I mean, I am farming dance for a while though. It's melding penance. Maybe I shouldn't have just traded blows for blows with this guy. I was like, with Hellstone, it shouldn't matter. But it kind of does still. I have to just like only hit and run the guy. It does more damage than I thought he would. Trying to time the dot tick, and then I was going to step sap him and go for a bandage because my dot was falling, but at least I'm playing heal spec because of Hellstones. My blade's really soon. Dodged his fear. Got PS. Penance. Kill a Shadow Fiend so he gets less mana back. Hot ticks, we're gonna go sap him again, JK. Have Gorma in like 5 and then we're chilling. Gonna sap this twice, stall out as long as I can. Will there be a new season before War Within? Probably. There's probably gonna be a season 4 with the Faded patch, right? So we got, because they said there's 3 patches till War Within. So we probably have 10.5, then we have the Faded patch, and then we probably have the expansion pre-patch. Let's just open the balls to the wall here. Look Fear. I should have another kick. Take it. Nice little 1v2. Jumping is just a bad habit. There's so many times where I could like get a really good meld, and then I'm like locked into a jump, and I can't meld. How to show blistering skills on big debuffs? I think you're just gonna need to add it manually. I should do that, I haven't done that. But you would go to unit frames, right? You'd go to target and focus, I guess. Or no, you'd go to spells. Defensive buffs. So yeah, it's not on there by default. So what you would do is you'd wowhead blistering scales. Let me get it all in order. And then you'd go to your add-on folder. You'd go to big debuffs. In the URL right here, you see it says wowhead spell equals 36 whatever. Then you go to, I think it's the mainline one. And you would do this. And then boom. You're done. Preload UI, obviously. Oh, defensive should be all caps. And then for OCD's sake, let's move it where all the other defenses are. I kind of dyslexic had it off by a line. Put that in the mainline.lua. Reload UI. Benji, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. Putting us at 6 subs for the day. Yeah, now if I go into big debuffs, right? And I go to spells, defensive buffs, blistering scales. Does that help, Johnny? Setting, or it should be setup. That has it. Yeah, it's the Wooting 60 HE, and then I have it modded out. Got Trinket, got Parry. Oh, thought the gate was the other way. Awkward. Trying to kill the banner, but I don't do enough damage. Can still sap it. Big Gormot. Easy clap. Then we got Sinagilla with the tier 1 as well. Appreciate it. Putting this at 7. And the viewership is popping today too. Like, hell yeah. Even though it's preseason, I can't wait for the actual season to start. And they didn't announce nerfs on Friday. They announced just PV changes for other specs. Like, I thought we were gonna get gutted before the season even started. I'm sure like week 2 they'll get the nerfs after they get the data of like how it actually plays out in ranked. But to learn the new builds, yeah. I mean, normally I don't play healing like this. This is just for Rogue Walk because it helps Hellstone. But yeah, generally I play like this. And then Shadow Abyss you can move just because it's bugged and it doesn't work at all on players. It only works in PvE and on the target dummies. So you could do like improved shadow techniques or like AoE rupture, but for the most part it's just stare at your perforated weak aura. And you open without perforated, and then late game you try to hover like 3 stacks so the goes line up. Like a normal opener would be like Blades, Cheap Shot, Ivis, Gormaw, Secret. Sometimes you'll have to restun if they're like work before you Secret, but late game, if you're hovering at 3 stacks and you do the go, then you just kind of fit 1 Gloomblade into Secret. there any players out here? Nice. Okay, yeah, so good opener would look like 3 blades, right? Stun, Vis, Warmaw, Secret. Yeah, I was playing some Assa and some Outlaw earlier today too. 1,000 euros 1v1 between me and you, or who? Because I don't have 1,000 euros. I'm broke. After BlizzCon going on my credit cards, I'm in the negative right now, and my rent is 1,650 for a 1-bedroom. So yeah, I gotta figure that one out. I mean, what spec are you? Are you just trying to cheese me or what? I mean, I'm down. He gets to sank both of those. Actually, he missed the blind on me. I would have liked to get a little more CDs than that, but we're gonna try to build the 3 perforated real quick. We have it for the go. We're just gonna kidney this guy and then we're gonna cheap shot the heal. Actually, he got the coil for pre, so now we're gonna do that. Build the 4th stack. Be sad that I can't press my gigantic 4-stack Gormaw right here. I mean, I might still press it without dance. I don't think this DR sap is worth it, but into a duel. Hellstone should be okay. Kidney just to get sank. No one can resist just pressing sank, even if we're not doing a go. Might be dead this level. I have cloak, but I don't think that saves me. Blind this guy for pre. Hopefully he gets the fear on priest. Dance literally for the healing. He bops aggro to kill me. I have Crimson Vial in 1. That's a tanky comp for us to kill. Yeah, the problem is I'm like just locked into Arizona because of family. Always symbols for Gorma. I always have Rotten from the tier set usually, because I play the season 2 2-piece. I wouldn't macro it. You could just press it manually. I mean, if you're slow, you can macro it, I guess, and occasionally waste a whole Rotten. Because sometimes you just don't have enough globals to get 4 Rottens off anyway. I'll probably just craft the helmet if I get a free expensive trophy. It's just the most stats and most item level you can get for free. Otherwise, you probably upgrade boots. I believe it scales with item level. I'm not sure though. Should have gone OP cloak there or smoke bomb. He could just drain off the pets infinitely, so it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna cloak the trap. Gets a full fair. Trying to duel here. Hunter's Mark on me. I guess I have to evasion even though I Crimson Viled and Hellstone. Ooh, I just kidneyed into the ultimate penance bullshit. Trinket traps me. I'm gonna be very dance charge starved now. I can still meld to get the sap though, if I don't just die this global. I think he trinketed my sap, but he died anyway, so it's fine. Elmar is starting to get a little higher now. People are pressing their buttons. That song was kind of getting me. Sounded like a smoke alarm. Need to skip it. Season 1 boots is still 510? Okay. Well, the 510 agility is literally the only okay embellishment. If you do Mythic Plus, you can maybe craft a dagger. Nah, you just eat the 10% penalty. You don't have to play around bargain. Like, waiting 5 seconds of blades uptime is so much worse than taking a 10% penalty. You don't really want to pre-blades anymore because blades is just so good. And then on top of that, bargain just makes blades like a 1 minute CD when it's like an incarn level threat. So bargain is just mandatory. You can't ever play without it in any build now. I wish they would just delete bargain though, because then it'd be fun if I could like play like DFA or smoke bomb or OP cloak, you know, without feeling shitty sometimes. I mean, I don't really like the OP cloak either. It's kind of OP. Subterfuge a must? No, you can go without it. It's just, there's not that huge of a cost for not having it, and it helps you play way cleaner. It makes your meld less buggy if you get AoE'd out or dotted at the same exact time you meld. It lets you have some more openers where you're not actually having to commit your dance. It gives you more like panic late game peel to do like a desperation go towards the end of a game. Like, it's just nice to have. You don't really lose anything to play it anymore. It's not like you lose 150 energy and stuff now. Gonna get double leg swept here. Can't really avoid it. I'll vanish to get away from it. For him to get the fear. Watching him ask. I mean, that's what I'm here for, you know? Follow the rogues like, I'm using Subtlety. I don't like T. What's up, Spark? Yeah, for some reason, I almost missed it. You're lucky I saw it. My thing that merges the chats together is like broken right now, so I gotta fix that after stream. So I only alt tab into YouTube every once in a while for chat for that, but my sub not go through. I see the badge, but I didn't get a notification. No. What's up, Bebson? But yeah, I don't think T is good. 7 combo points is so much more damage. And then if you're dropping Cold Blood for it, Secret Tech does more damage than Gormaw. I wish it didn't, but I see the badge, I just didn't get an alert. What does the jersey say? It just says Warcraft. I got it at BlizzCon. Oh, Loaf's getting so much cat hair on it. That's unfortunate. There's just some BlizzCon merch. Only have one cat. I mean, for the most part, yeah. And it's a lot of money to have a cat in an apartment. It's crazy. They can charge you a fee for that. There's like an extra couple hundred on the deposit, and then it's like an extra 50 a month or whatever. Yeah. That's how most apartments are in the States. Because they just assume it's more risk for them to, like, damage, you know. I mean, that's every single apartment. It's an NA thing, almost. It's just, you know, structured into the costs. It's not even assuming that cats are gonna, like, pee or anything like that either. It's just, like, they can scratch walls or, you know. I mean, lowering my blood pressure by letting me pet them is it's equivalent to it, you know. Having a pet's nice. I mean, then you could get in trouble if they ever find out you do. I don't like getting in trouble. Do you ever have any maintenance issues and they come by? They'll find out really quick. You can't really hide it. Like, best case scenario, they're gonna backcharge you and make you spend a giant sum all at once. Rogue OP as fuck. Rogue is really good right now on all the specs, yeah. Assa's insane, Outlaw's insane. Sub's insane. Kingsbane on Assa can hit 200k. Outlaw can Adrenaline Rush for like 40 seconds straight. But I actually didn't hit him. Saving your conquest? I'm just too lazy to spend it. It's not worth enough. The conquest boxes and disenchanting would take like hours and like hundreds of thousands of clicks to make me like 20k gold. And I don't even think they convert your like conquest into gold anymore. So it will just get straight up deleted. But it's not worth filling out my bags, opening them, disenchanting literally like 20 times in a row. Not worth it. What do you think about Mistweaver? Mistweaver is Fistweaver, especially with Punch Monk, the healing, is really busted. It's like the only healer that competes with Disc and Ardruid. Disenchant grinds that. It's not worth it. I feel like the box gets straight away turned into gold. Maybe I should then. I have a macro to buy the boxes. Or I don't have it on this character, it's on my other one. Usually it would convert your gold into honor, and then once you're past the honor cap, your conquest would get turned into just gold at like a ratio of like a couple silver per conquest point. And it would just be a couple thousand gold or whatever, but I don't think they haven't done that in like an expansion or two now, I don't feel like. So. But my alt rogue had 150k conquest at one point, like my other rogue. Because I have 3. Best stats for Assa? Probably still Verse Mastery. I'm not sure though. I don't think you ever need haste when you have 300 energy and T. Ever play the OG Fortnite? No, I don't really care about Fortnite. I don't like FPS. Are you good at FPS? I mean, I was okay at like wall dancing shotguns and like Gears of War back in the day. On a completely casual IRL LAN, you know, level, I was really good at a lot of FPS, but that was never like, you know, everyone always thought they were good at Smash as a kid, and then they play Smash with against real people and they just get shit on, right? So like being the best out of like a small town is like never really the matter, you know. I loved Time Splitters. That was a great game like growing up. But I don't feel like they make FPSs fun anymore. Guns was pretty sick. I loved Quake. I think Overwatch could have been good. I only played the beta of Overwatch, but if Overwatch was no objectives, team deathmatch, all tracer, if that was the game they made, that would have been sick. I just want to have Zoomer ADD brain the whole match, you know? But I don't know. I like the idea of like animation canceling and stuff, and so like some of the concept of building could be interesting for me, but I don't know. New opener with Gormaw? Usually it's Blade's cheap shot of this Gormaw secret. Or you could do like a cheap shot Shadow Strike secret or whatever into Gormaw. I mean, they're gonna nerf Rogue, but hopefully they nerf the actual OP stuff too. Like our Druid needs to be like minus 80%. And then obviously Marksman needs to fall off a cliff, and Warrior needs a few nerfs too. DH probably does too. But I would rather they just focus on buffing everything rather than nerf anything. I think there's so many OP things that I think Rogue is fine. And I think they shouldn't just say nerf this, nerf that, nerf this, nerf that. Because at the end of the day, the pre-patch is very different than what the full gear is on the PTR. Because on the PTR, damage is almost identical to what it is right now. But everyone has like 500k more health. I haven't played League Arena yet. But I am a Dirty Ribbon main. Do you prefer OPMM or OPBM? Neither. I think Marksman should be the best, it just shouldn't be OP. Or Survival. BM is really bad for the game when it's good though. But Marksman is just full cheese, no skill. I'd rather see like Kata Marksman, where it's like good, and it has a lot of utility. But it's not like win the game on accident. Someone got bored and didn't trade. Yeah, Cat Marksman was a good example of it not being too OP. I mean, I guess there were some of the Smork people that would do like Chimera shot, readiness, Chimera shot, and just try to like win in the opener with crazy like readiness, you know. But I was gonna sap mage for him to get a UA off, but get blinded for setup. If I trinket this, I die. Ooh, they broke it with secret. Still died. Maybe Saprig's vanish. Doesn't let me. Gotta trade every button in the opener. I mean, he did wall, I guess. It's just scary if I get found out, because he accidentally ignited me out with AoE, with Phoenix Flames. I shouldn't have been that close to him. But I need to also be there to cheap shot the rogue when he opens to peel duel. Usually that's a hard matchup for a rogue lock. If I get pulled out, we lose. If I open first, we lose. But I guess if you got a UA and full dots, I could open with duel on the mage. If you let me sap him. Do you have to do campaign on every character to get a spark? No. You just need to do the weekly PvP quest or the weekly 1500 rep in the new zone quest. And the easiest way to do that is do the rep one and just do the super bloom every hour on the hour. So if you go to the new zone, right? It's like right here. Every hour on the hour. You do this little RP shift for 10 minutes and you're pretty much done. So the quickest way to get a spark is to do that with the rep quest. Like make sure you have the get 1500 rep quest. You get one, yeah, you get one spark. Normally it's one, like half of a spark a week, unless you choose one in your vault. But the tutorial quest turns your one splinter into two. So you get one spark for the first week. You buy with 8 pieces of trophies? Probably the belt or bracers. Normally I would buy the offhand, but I think double dagger is bis. It's just more energy regen. Even if you lose like 3 or 4% mastery. I don't know what AoE'd me out there, that was kind of bullshit. I got Druid's Trinket. Oblivion's gonna 100-0 me. I don't like the coil for pre yet, because the Druid's still on Fear DR. I would have liked to see that coil like right now, as I stun the Druid. I could blind in case you don't get that. Looks like he's going for it though, he gets it. Yeah, it might have been. I just had no dots though or anything, so I didn't see him cast it either. Instant anyway? Okay. Maybe I just don't know what Soul Rip actually is then. Just don't see it on the details, but I guess it doesn't do damage, so. But normally that's where you have to go pick up your soul, right? I didn't have the minigame of going to pick up my soul. I didn't shrink. That's weird. What's up, Brett? Cheap shot for a fear. Got sank. Don't think he triggered at that. Pick mind games. I don't know what broke my meld re there. Get my third stack of perforated. Get blind off that. Ooh, that was a good fear. Insta Nahj on my dance. I was about to duel him there. Sucks that I danced because now I'm kind of out of dance charges too. I mean, here's the one shot. Oh, you left on the big perforated Gorma. Better or worse than season 2? Copium better on participation, maybe better on balance. Probably worse on gameplay. I think they're gonna nerf all the damage before people actually scale up to gear where it's already slow. And I think we're gonna hit Omega peak dampening. I think the 90-second trinket change was really bad. And I think there's going to be a lot of dampening after they nerf everyone. But hopefully I'm wrong. I'm gearing up on Wrath just in case. I've been doing the raid every week and doing a lot of stuff off stream for that, but Blood Sunset, I'm not sure. I just don't know. You're talking about Blood Fang? Like the tier 2? From like vanilla WoW? Yeah, I have that and all the recolors of it. The blue one, the purple one. Oh, this gear? Yeah. It's not worth farming the bloody token. There's a world quest right now up here that gives you 750. But, you shouldn't spend your tokens on it. Because it's not like Season 1 and 2 where you upgrade the blue. If you want to get the epics, you're going to need the tokens plus the weekly Trophy of Strife thing. So if you buy the blues right now, just for like a temporary advantage in the unrated preseason, then you're going to need twice as many tokens overall. And the honor gear is just better, yeah. Like, and that's in like 3 days from now. So if you farm any tokens, you should just hold on to them to buy the epics. Unless you're literally playing like 6-8 hours a day of just doing world PvP and battlegrounds and shit, and you just want like a tiny advantage or whatever. I mean, it's more than tiny. It's like a 20 item level advantage if you get the green gear and the crafted gear. Sword of the right stats in the offhand is better now, or double dagger? I think double dagger overall. It's just, you know. I don't have a conquest dagger yet. You get the 2 and I have 1. There's a quest. It's at the very first town. And you just turn in 1 splinter and then they give you 2 splinters back. And it's a one-time quest. It's like the tutorial on what sparks are about. So it's like Lady Moonberry in like the first town. And then the easiest way to get your 1 splinter, instead of like doing the campaign or instead of doing the PvP quest, is just do the Super Bloom event thing right by the town. Which happens on the hour every hour. You do that for like 10 minutes when it happens, and then boom, you're done. After this hex, we'll stun. Got the perforated Gormaw there. Sap. Trinkets. Resapped his trinket. It broke to Phantom Singularity. We're gonna duel him, I guess, defensively. I'm kidney in 2, but I gotta wait on the Fear DR anyway. Vanish before I get stunned. Stun the end of that heal. Oh, he CS'd him anyway. Hopefully we get the Fear here. Run out so my secret doesn't break. White Camel Mount is when the season starts on the 14th. The Dottie Pet is till the 14th. Dottie Pet was 7 to 14th, and then 14 to 21th is the camel. So you're a little early on the camel. UI scale, I think it's like 0.94 or something. Yeah, 93. So I play in 1440p on a 27-inch monitor. If I turned my UI scale off, it would look like this. Which I think that's a little tiny to see what's going on. I don't know. Right? I don't have commands on YouTube, but I can try to link them up. Or what macro are you looking for? Or do you see your own compared to Peekaboo? What do you mean? I don't know. It depends on the meta, who I'm playing with, how long I've been playing for. I don't know. I think Pika is a better grinder in terms of just like, you know, not getting fried. For me, it's like I lose 80% of my skill in the first like 4 or 5 hours. If I've been playing for like 3 or 4 hours, the autopilot kicks in kind of a little harder. 80% is a strong number. Maybe like 30 or 40%, but I get fried pretty easily. As soon as there's any element of tilt, I have like one annoying game where like even if I win, where it's like, oh, it took me 10 minutes to kill this awful shadow play, doing nothing, just PvEing. And it ruins like the next 10 games of just me wanting to play over aggro for no reason because I don't want to play a 10-minute game, you know, or trinketing aggro or doing something dumb. You play pillar? Yeah, this comp is crazy, CC. But yeah, he's also had the same teammates for like decades now at this point. I literally switch teammates every season, which is more of a negative because I guess, you know, I burn a lot of bridges. It's like I get a little annoyed and defensive when people, you know, bully around. Like at the end of the day, Rogue is difficult. I'm gonna make a couple mistakes. I don't like people to just say I'm not trying when it's just a bad matchup. Like people act like I have 6 shadow steps that are 100-yard range and go through pillar, and it's like, well, how come you're not pre-CCing this guy, getting the druid, getting back to this guy, getting your entire rotation off on the orc without stun gapping, even though you're not allowed to press your buttons on orcs? And it's like, bro. Sometimes I'm gonna gap a thing because I got horny and thought cold blood would kill him at 20%. Like, yeah, a lot of people just expect me to play perfect, and I'm not perfect. I make a lot of mistakes sometimes. Because I have, I don't know if all of you play League, but I have box syndrome on Riven, you know, where like, sometimes I see a montage in my head, and I want to do the cool play, even if it's not consistent. And usually trying to have fun and trying to do something cool is like the quickest way to lose a game. Being fancy is always worse than just being safe. Which is why, like, playing Assa Rogue in Season 1 on my team with, like, Rosita and, like, and Flay in them, it was so bad for my mental health. Because every game, you just feel like a self-play when you're just playing Assa Arcane. You have no impact at all. It's like, okay, I did full Nesper Maldiva mode. I looked at my details. Garrote had 85% uptime. I did my part. But I didn't get to do anything. I didn't get to go, like, sap the guy's trinket or DR cheap Garrote to extend the CC chain or, like... It would just, you know... Every game of, like, that just felt like you're getting self-played, you know? And I was just like, bleh. You're just sitting there like, okay, the game starts in 5 more minutes. We're almost deep enough dampening. Gonna wait a little bit on this Blade Storm. Got Trinket Life Cocoon. Got 3 stacks of Perforated for the next go. Maybe I duel the Warrior to peel. Nah, I think he's fine. I can't Kinney Monk because he's on DR for fear for like 3. Hopefully he doesn't die to this Warbreaker here. We could finally start playing. Didn't he? Vanish for the Gormaw CDR. Get the Perforated Gormaw off. Duel off that for the BM. Yeah, I have damage numbers off because it's clutter. I might turn them back on soon, but in like a more elegant way. I'll use the classic floating combat text add-on or whatever. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it to where only gigantic numbers show. So like anything under 100k won't show. So I don't want to see auto attacks. I don't want to see rupture ticks. I just want to see what Gormaw and like, you know, it's for. That's it. Maybe a giant Abyss crit. I think it's cool to have add-ons, but I think add-ons should only really be cosmetic. And the base UI should be much better. Like, class color should be default, combat tracker should be default. Some degree of rotational weak auras should be, like, a rotational bar, where you can just have, like, you know, a row of slice, you know, etc. type buffs, like, all in a row, like, above your player frame. I think Omnibar and most weak auras kind of suck the soul out of the game. It makes it too easy to just put all of your awareness into like the CC trading and all that when like the rotations kind of play themselves. I mean, the fact that class color isn't default UI is insane. But the amount of like complex weak auras people can make goes so far above just what Spell Alerter used to be. Everyone's always like, oh yeah, well Vive Spell Alerter would still have the middle of your screen, blind, shadow dance and all that, like even, you know, in Wrath. And it's like, I don't know. It's very, you can't complicate it as much as what weak auras can do. Like I have weak auras that help me meld things. Where it's like, there's a Stormbolt flying at you specifically, not a Stormbolt got cast, period. Like, the fact that you could make weak auras that complex is kind of insane. In which case, all my weak auras are in the !WA command on Twitch. It's that links to the paste bin. Wish we got a fear off that, I get lassoed. Won't be able to sap because Earth Alley. Beldom's a new pet. Done the Seduce. I guess I should have gone Shaman, honestly. I think weak auras are really bad for the game. Back in the day in Wrath, there was a banned add-on before that was as OP as weak aura. It was called like AAV. I forget what it stood for. It was like augmented virtual reality, I think. I forget what it was. But basically, it was DBM, AVR, yeah. It was DBM on steroids. You could literally draw on the screen to explain like the boss and all that, and it would auto like DBM exact circles where it'd be like, instead of range 10, it would divide the entire map into circles everywhere for everyone to be. And it was so smart, it knew where people were. And you could literally like pre-draw routes for people. It was basically like pinging, where if I wanted to draw an arrow over there and I was like, Nahj, right over here, there's, you know, my ping isn't bound in game right now. Like, yeah, people drew a lot of dicks and stuff. But it was really, really, really OP, and Blizzard straight up banned the add-on. They're like, nah, this makes, you know, it's too OP for not everyone to have. There were people that didn't know about it, didn't use it, stuff like that. And I think weak auras has kind of crossed that line of just, it's a Swiss Army knife of like, it could literally be anything. It's like Minecraft level freedom of having whatever you want. It could be 500 add-ons in one. Using scripts instead? I mean, you could do that too, right? You could UI scale everything really low and then like make target frame be like twice as big or whatever, you know, like I already kind of have scripts make some things bigger than others with how I have the current UI scale. It's just if I turn UI scale off in general, I would need a script for almost everything. And I think this is just a cozier UI scale. And then if I want like bigger cast bars, I just modify those separately. So if I turn UI scale off, it is like minuscule, right? I have to basically increase everything. But then there's like other aspects of the UI that are like completely fine and should be in the default, like class colors, combat indicators, big debuffs. Most of the ones that they allowed in tournaments, once they started saying you could have a DR tracker in a tournament. I think the default arena frame should basically be S arena. I don't think you should need S arena. I think the new raid frames that they're trying to push on people that bug and show up all the time, unless you have like an add-on designated to hide them, because you can't hide them in edit mode. Instead of it being another raid frame that gets confused with your party frames, it should literally just be a flat-out built into the game S arena frame. You know, doesn't even have to be the Zarya layout. It could just be a normal Blizz arena. You know, like I don't know. Like I would love to use the base. Let's just go Shaman instead. Yeah, I'll show it after this game. Of course, he accidentally gates my step. I thought I cloaked that, but okay. I was pressing it. I built all my perforateds. I think the lock's just DC'd. That's why now, I'm sorry. Sometimes it's hard for me to see the auto ads. Because there's a certain amount of ads I have to run per hour, so they go off every like 30 minutes. But I do the bare minimum. I do 3 minutes of ads an hour. I don't do the crazy 5 or 7 minutes of ads an hour, where you do like literally like a 5-minute ad break instead of like a 1.5 minute. But yeah, it's like 1.5 minute of ads every 30 minutes. See how it is? Sure. Since it's preseason and I don't care. 11 minutes and 30 seconds of ads. That's insane. Okay, even my buffs and debuffs are at the top right. The problem is like, I would want to move things to where they're supposed to be, but then that'll feel really weird. I'll make a new layout. Temp. Yeah, okay, never mind, we're good. I hide the small damage numbers again. So I hide all numbers, period. But what you want is classic FCT. Yeah, I can't see it all. He just told me to do it, so I'm doing it. He said I'm just gonna. Someone told me to jump. Whatever. I think this is a horrible idea. I'm gonna undo it exactly after one game. But yeah, it's classic floating combat text. And then basically, by default, it's going to be massive, but there's settings where you can like hide it, any damage number over like a certain threshold. You can even blacklist certain abilities or auto attacks.
I'm just
Later, man.
saying, see you later, Nahj. I want to try to learn more about my book on the brain. I hope you have fun tonight. Happy Saturday night or Sunday morning, peeps.
I love
Much
the default
love.
text-to-speech
Stay
voice.
balanced.
Oh wait, you even see my combo points. Why does your screen look huge? Because someone told me to turn UI scale off. And this is what 1440p 27-inch monitor looks like without UI scale. I don't like it. I'm just doing it because someone said I should for fun. A little self-imposed challenge, I can't see anything, man. This might as well be playing with no UI. It's actually like hurting my eyes. I think he got sanked onto that. Yeah, he did. Dodge the sphere. I don't have duel. I shouldn't have come out of stealth here. I can't kick because he still has bop. Bop ends now. He gets a CS. Hellstone, it barely moved my health. Fades my cheap shot. I get feared. I could have just killed there if I didn't try to go for CC. I thought the gate was going the other way. That's awkward. I get a clean read though. He still has sync, so. Problem is I have no dance for a while. What a bandage. No, I'm using plater. Pre-walls, I'm not even gonna open. He has no sync though. I guess I could have double stunned there actually before the angel. He still has no sync. So we win off this. Okay, I get Hodge, then I don't get my perforated Gormal off. Big Gormal. I didn't get my sap. Gouge though. Changing my UI scale so I don't kill my eyes. It's called classic floating combat text, but it's abbreviated, so it's classic FCT, I think. Oh, sweet relief. I can see things. Yeah, Rogue Lock is good. I played it all last season. I think it's way better than Rogue Mage. Change back? I never said I was going to try to get used to that. I was doing that as a high gravity training. Hurt my eyes. I like being able to see what's on my screen. I'm wearing glasses, man. They pruned that because they didn't want people to have a reason to play the game for an entire week, Timo. It was a bug that it was on the vendor. I think I do the mop style. And then I disable auto attacks, and then there's like a button where it's like damage threshold, and you just set it crazy high. Like 70 or 80k. And then boom, everything will be off. Except for like eviscerating Gormal. And secret. I'm gonna open with blades. I don't know how we died, but okay. I think they said they're gonna delete the trophies that people have right now. Because you'd only get them if you did the quest on day one. So like my main didn't get them, but my alt did. Because I ended up faction changing my main to Orc. And it took an entire day for the faction change to go through. So I ended up playing my alt before my main. But I think they said they're taking away the trophies on the reset, so. Worst case, there's a catch-up mechanic for trophies, so it doesn't matter. Why it work? Because there's just more rogues than there used to be, and it's just really good for rogue v rogue, or at least sub versus sub. Every time I would just like fight like Calvish and stuff, it'd just be annoying that he's always on an orc and I'm not. Still lose to him a lot of the time, most of the time, but it's way less miserable being orc v orc. Even though Night Elf is 10 times more skill and way more fun. Yeah, my main did it and didn't get any. Can't queue any PvP, but I can queue dungeons? What do you mean? Let's me queue PvP. Try relogging, I guess, or something? Maybe you don't have the DPS selected or whatever at the top? Not sure. Didn't even think about it, yeah. Hunter branded? Okay. Thoughts on Rents at the moment? They're still immortal. Melt the coil. I have perforated ready for later. Captured out of nothing because he's just trolling. More stomp into the fear. Good stays combat for no reason, but melds so I can sap him. Appreciate it. I wish we could have CS'd that, maybe. I have vanished in 1 second, but I might die. Got it off. Can't really hit into thorns. Try to sap that. He stays combat for no reason. Destro's a pumper though. I don't feel like he casted like almost anything. He casted one random Chaos Bolt when nothing was going on. And he was still doubling everyone's damage. Now you have no numbers at all. Just gotta play around with the settings of it. I think you might need to turn them on in advanced interface options though. You gotta make sure that floating combat text on target is on. It's also just a random CVAR I think you can do too. I'll try Season of Discovery, but I don't really like vanilla WoW. I played it back in the day growing up as a kid. And I don't think it's aged well. It's way too slow for me. My ADD does not want to like spend hundreds of hours leveling. And gear mattering. It's not, and RNG. It's literally just a retirement home for 50-year-olds with no mechanics. That want to just have time to react Andy 90% of their stream. I don't know. I really am against vanilla. But I will try Season of Discovery just because it's something new. But it needs to be different enough for me to like what I do. But I will try it. But if there is resists and, you know, free action potions and, you know, heartbeat and your CC just randomly breaks for no reason, then I probably won't fuck with it. I'll try it and I'll get bored of it in like a week. Like the only thing that kept me playing WoW after Cataclysm was Arena. I'd rather just play another game than do PvE. Like, I don't know. If I wanted to PvE, I would just play a single player game. Off stream. Be like, you know, let's do a third Baldur's Gate playthrough, you know, like, boom. There's nothing like, wow, that's the downside, right? That's why I've been in, you know, Stockholm Syndrome Blizzard hell for so long. It seems like Blizzard has had a couple W's lately. They've been actually on a roll. Usually I'm kind of pessimistic, but they've handled all their bugs good this season. They've like announced some good stuff. I just wish they would give Arena like a fraction of their awareness though. Like I think the whole late BlizzCon interview or whatever, they didn't answer a single PvP question. I don't think the Riot MMO is ever happening. And the new Blizzard studio that like Kalinka and Ghostcrawler are all them on with like Pixelized Castle or whatever, that's probably like 5+ years away. And I doubt they'll even put Arena in that. Because at the end of the day, that's just going to be another MMO, and I don't really care about MMOs. I played MMOs after WoW, I played MMOs before WoW. I don't really care about PvE, I don't really care about the MMO. I only like Arena. Oh, someone was saying Vanish CDR doesn't work on Feint. It doesn't. I don't think it matters. I'm always hovering a million Feint anyway. I've never said, oh, I'm gonna Feint Vanish, so I don't think it matters. Even with 2 charges of Feint, I think Cheat Death is still better, sadly. I don't know, I hate objectives. That was the main thing that kills me on a lot of shooters like Overwatch and stuff. I don't want to escort some stupid like mailbox across the street or capture a flag. I just want team deathmatch. Like I think Overwatch could have been an amazing game if it was tracer only, Quake style, team deathmatch. I don't need a carrot on my stick to make me like to tell me how to have fun. Stand in the circle. Don't use, you know, don't do anything. But I know everyone has different tastes and stuff like that. The only times I tolerated RBGs was just when it had a higher conquest cap. But I think I will try the 8v8 thing when it happens though. Because I've been enjoying the BG Blitz. Just because the mount speed, the res timers, the power-ups all over the place. I love grabbing a Shadow Sight and trying to make a play with it. I wish you could stealth with the eyes though. Like you could in all the old expansions. Even without like restyle, if I could just vanish it. It'd make so many more outplays for like trying to get nodes and stuff. But I like all the power-ups and like the cooldown resets and like the stealth power-ups for non-stealth classes and like Shadow Sight and all that. Some maps don't translate at all. Like Eots is terrible. So is Gilneas. But like Arathi, Kot Mogu, and like Silver Shard are really fun in Blitz. If I sap, he's gonna Blade Storm. Yeah. I'll resap. Well, at least I got Blade Storm and Warbanner out of the way. Sucks that I Blades, but... Trinket and PS. Ultimate Penance, Spanish, I have another kick. Kidney after this intervene. Yeah, S Arena and Gladius and the base UI frames are just all bugged. Even if you use no add-on, the trinket trackers are just broken right now. Someone was saying Big Mex has a working Gladius, but I don't know how. Because Bambi and a few other people all told me that the problem is on the base UI. So, I don't know what Big Mex did. If he has a working Gladius, then he had to make it pull the info from somewhere else, like a weak aura or something. That just looks for the spell being cast or something. So... I will look into seeing on like his Discord or something. But I prefer S Arena over Gladius anyway. But here's some values. Well, what I'm confused with is what value changed for it then. Because it's the same Obsidian, so it's not a different spell ID. Because it's not like people have the Verdant ones. It has to be just pulling from a different source. Because I don't know how just changing healer trinket to 90 spaghetti coded things. Unless they just made a whole new category of healers to separate between 120 and 90. That's probably what it is. I will look through his Discord after, like in between the queues. But the problem is, like, if it was just a spell ID thing like that, it wouldn't be affecting the base UI. Right? Unless the base UI is too stupid also, but the add-on can still get it. I guess. Because there's a little new raid frame thing that they have that most people get an add-on to hide. Where you get this to hide it. Normally would track a trinket, but nothing tracks trinket right now. Outside of this custom Gladius that I gotta find real quick. I mean, it re-pops back up constantly. I had a script that would hide it, that I like just used frame stack to see what it was called and hide. It would just always pop back up, like mid-game even sometimes. Blind because he's not getting there in time. I can't sap because Earth Ellie, so I'll gouge off that. Try to evasion the feral stunning me. Yes. I shouldn't have used my perforateds there. I should have stayed at 3 stacks. So now it's so much energy to build it up again. This guy almost 2-shot me. Try to stun the Ore Mastery Fear. Stun the feral. Hellstun before I die. I have Crimson Vial in 1. I see left. Maybe I just need to update it then. Because yesterday S Arena didn't have an update on Overwatch or Overwolf or whatever. I'll open CurseForge and check, I guess. What's funny is you know when people whisper you and it's like potentially offensive and you have to click it and then it opens the whisper nowadays? Someone was showing me the other day, I think it was Ferrix, but he was saying how many words are like falsely like filtered like this. And one of them that's funny is if you whisper someone just the word girl, the filter takes that out as like hate speech. Or was it woman? I think it might have just been woman. I think it was women. If you just say women, they have to click this might be toxic or whatever to see the whisper, and then they also have an option to report you for saying it. They might have changed it since then, but it was like that literally the last day of the season. So I was like telling someone about it and they didn't believe me and I whispered them. And then they were like, I'm gonna report you. And I'm like, no. I think it's funny that just typing women counts as a swear word in the filter. Gladius.zip on his Discord. I got it. If anyone wants it, this is the Big Mex Gladius, I guess. Putting that in the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat for people. If you want the working Gladius. I haven't set it up yet, so. Kind of bad that I backstabbed there. Because now I'm at 4 stacks of perforated. My guy's just gonna die too. If he didn't get the life swap off, we could have killed that global. Subterfuge bugged? I don't believe so. On Outlaw, it's just 6 seconds long, right? Let me see what's different in this Gladius. Yeah, in my CurseForge, S-Arena does not have an update. S-Arena updated was... still on version 10.1. They're just a different S-Arena now. Nope. I guess I'll switch back to Gladius for a bit. How do you remove the PvP icons from the frames? You could do it in Leatrix. There's a bunch of add-ons for it. Also, I think my Nahj UI scripts add-on does it too. The wooting is insane. It's the best keyword by far. All the keywords that are like frantically trying to copy it now are not copying it the same. Might queue some with Olympics pretty soon though. I think he melded that hunt. Love to see it. Bubble. We'll duel the Bop just to peel. Still died here, that's crazy. DH killing me and he's been in a stun lock. He literally double killed both of us in a stun lock. That's funny. Why does the DH grab the eye when he already has spectral sight? LG of Rogue Walk, and then I'm gonna do no, I have the Assa builds I like already. Guy wants me to look at his Assa build, I'll be nice, but I like the Assa builds I have. Oh, it lets me do that? Without even having to respec? That's cool. Now 4 poisons is like mandatory, man. I would never play without 4 poisons. Your options are you do bleed execute 4 poisons in Kingsbane, or you do AoE Shiv for Kingsbane and 4 poisons. And honestly, for 2s, I like AoE Shiv and Dance over 7 combo points, or 6 combo points. Because I think Scent of Blood is kind of terrible in 2s. And I think the Bleed Execute only works at like 10%. But I think in like Shuffle and RBGs, AoE Garrote is also really good. Probably better than the Bleed Execute even. The thing though is this is a permanent 10% increase, which is nice. But this is like an extra 30% modifier too. And gets to AoE the 500% like ship damage too. Just probably on Kingsbane. I don't know. 4 poisons is just mandatory. Deadly is so important to your damage, and then playing the game without wound poison is completely griefing. And then on top of that, like, mind numbing is so nice. That's the whole point of Assa, is you get to have mind numbing for free with no drawback. So you can be an old man with your kicks and it doesn't matter. But yeah, I didn't get the Gladius going yet. Uh, 170. Generally, you should do plus 150 your ping. And that's if you mash hard with like a wooting. If you're slower, you know, you don't fucking mash really, really hard and you don't have like a fancy keyboard like mine, then you should probably do 200 or 250 even. Fear out of that nicely. Didn't get the sap. I mean, we got trinket everything. Trinket, cloak, banish, and cheat death. I'm on stun DR for 10. I didn't really need to. Spun into blind here. Vanish, maybe kite the Earth Ellie. He trinkets that. Holy shit. Alright, we're gonna get Olympics in now. I'm gonna log on my other rogue. Thanks for the games. No problem, man. Rogue Lock's really fun. We'll have to get a bit going when the season starts, you know? Hey, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Will it load? Yes, it will. I'm accidentally outlaw for this. That's fine. How's outlaw? It's good, just not for double DPS. Wait, I could see a trinket. Oh, that's glorious. The emeralds, but I don't have duel for it as Outlaw. Cracking Novas randomly, that's kind of annoying. I need to turn that off. Wanted to get a half sap there, but might sap Dragon here. Nope. It's not gonna root forever, he's probably dead. Another walk. I mean, we lived for quite a while there, actually. Playing Outlaw Rogue Mage. Could you get Shutherwalk at CC? No, I think he just Trinket. It's Gladius. I just have it customized a certain way. I don't know how Nova DR's turned itself on, though. And then I'm using S Arena still for the Caspars. So I hate Gladius Caspars. And then the way you separate them like that is in S Arena. You basically just move the normal frames way up until they're off the screen, while simultaneously continuously dragging the Caspars down. So you just drag the actual S Arena far above out of the vision and keep the Caspars manageable. So every time you scroll up with everything, you keep scrolling down with the Caspars. You only have to do chapter 1 of the campaign, I think. Repost the Big Max link? Sure. I think it's only chapter 1 of the campaign. Wait, I'm still Outlaw. Fuck. I was playing around with Gladius. I'm still Outlaw. I was playing around with Gladius. Fuck. I don't think Killing Spree is good. It does some damage, but it kind of lost all of the utility it had. I think Greenskin and Count the Odds are way better. Tried to build that even though. Not playing it. Getting into a blind, hopefully. Your Bibles. Gonna have to block probably. We got faked. Hopefully he blocks. Might zap this guy in a sec. Kind of enjoying this. Maybe I'll stay Outlaw Rogue Mage. Maybe I stay Outlaw for fun. Hunters within threes. Warrior. Well, maybe not Warrior actually. Rogue, Feral, and Ret. That's my normal Serena look. Is trinkets on the left instead of the right? Default test. Yeah, no, trinkets are on the right. I don't know why the Gladius feels so different right now. Is it just where the trinket is? Oh, that's not good. Guess I can't play around with him mid game. Oh yeah, I wanted to play green skin too. Bye, dead air. It actually AoE stuns my vanish. Feels bad, man. No, it's Big Mix as like a working Gladius. I generally prefer how Serena looks. Sucks that we're getting insta Qs, because I want to like make it look less shit. I mean, it looks normal outside of arena. I'm so confused. It looks different in arena than outside of arena. My blind macro bugged. It even pinged the dragon when it blinded the demon hunter. Love to see it. Gouges hunt, so it cancels out. Got reverse. No, actually, he might have faked the hunt, actually. Got null number 1, null number 2, null number 3. He flies my kidney. Gotta get no multi-stun now. Unless I get a re. Get the re. Stun both, but it might be a little too late. I'll go Seth. I need more restuns against demon hunters. Of course, the one time I try to have fun and play Outlaw double DPS, we get like the one thing I can't really lock down. Because if I don't get restuns, then he just gets to dispel everything with reverse magic. And I need like triple cheap shot every go. I think it might be crit, honestly, for Outlaw. East with nice talent looks good. That talent's trash. I don't really care about auto attack damage. I mean, I guess it gives it more like mastery procs and stuff, maybe, but I feel like the 45% stamina in PvP is like way more game breaking because it's kind of between those two. I can't really afford the stamina if I take that talent, and it's not like I have energy problems, so I don't feel like I need haste. Tried to sap his trinket, but it didn't want to go off. I could have still blinded to kill there, but... Guess I dueled the guy low, even though I have no damage. Got life swap, even though I like Omega all into there. Yeah, Swift Death is kind of mandatory if you want to do goes on DR. I feel like you crit everything with Cold Blood and Rotten anyway. Just double Sophic. Same as the other two seasons. I mean, it's just R-Druid X, R-Druid Rogue, R-Druid Hunter, R-Druid Warrior. That's basically what high rated twos is. R-Druid DK. If you mean like double DPS, it falls off really hard at a certain rating. Unless you're just 500 times better than your opponent and you're not getting Q sniped. I think if you want to have a 90% win rate, you need a healer. If you want to be able to win every matchup possible. And not be like, oh, this hunter druid just decided to tank our go with no trinkets. And we didn't beat them in our 1 minute timer. Either one will work, or Druid X. I'm gonna stay at 3 stacks of perforated till the go is actually ready. Can he heal it? Stun this guy, build the last Gormop. I get seduced, hopefully he gets me out so I can press my button. I'm getting feared off this. I don't get to press Gormop now. I'm just gonna press it still, without dance, even though it does no damage. So by the time it lines up again, it'll be off CD. Gonna eat, I guess. Sucks that he had a succubus out. We didn't get it. We would have got Locke's trinket otherwise. Probably dead here, because I can't stop the MD because I'm gonna seduce. Life swap, I guess. Trying to step my mage, but I'm just dying to instant cast. I have cloak in 2, but I'm dying through cheat death. Gouge the pet off me, I guess. 15k immolate tick. Any off meta DPS you think would work with a hunter other than Ret Rogue Feral? I mean, those are gonna be your best bet. What do you mean by off meta? That's most of the melee. I don't think KFC is generally that good, but maybe it'll be good with Warrior. Yeah, generally just don't play sub healer if you want to have fun. But yeah, thank you so much for the prime. Those have been what always have worked with Hunter for forever. But Hunter honestly was so broken last season it could be played with anything. Like Hunter Mage was a good comp with Arcane. Hunter Ellie was good. Hunter Locke was good. It was pretty hard to fuck up Marksman last season. It's really good. In 3s, yeah. Do you like what Marksman's meta? I mean, it's better for the game than BM. But, it's really cheesy and lame. Yeah, Outlaw Healer and Assa Healer are way better. Unless you're like a rank 1 rogue. With a rank 1 healer. That actually sets up like fears with you properly and stuff. And even then, like now with Disc being so good, it's gonna make it way sloppier. You don't have Chastise. There's always permadots that make it harder to gouge fear. You're way more committed if you're doing like a cheap shot fear. I'm doing a good chill, but you know, I'm excited for the season to actually start, you know? We're at 3 stacks, so we're gonna build with everything but backstab now. White Sap Monk out of nothing. I guess we're going through, huh? Really int that we just tried to go through life cocoon. I just don't know why we sheeped. I was gonna blind off into a sap. If we didn't sheep there, it would have been fine. I could have pressed like literally 500k burst there. Instead of just pressing it into a life cocoon for fun, because my perforated was that way. I wanted to see if I could break it. It was limit testing. Still really grief though. Okay, we have another Gorma back already from CDR though. Get axe tossed, he's gonna port. Bro. Get monk in cap so I can't cheap shot. It was awkward that we just did a full sheep when the guy was life cocoon for like 10 seconds. Like, I was just gonna blind. Like, that's where we just lost all of our pressure. I mean, I still shouldn't have tried to just Gormaw and do it. I just wanted to see if I could break it. But, honestly, I didn't do that much damage. Yeah, I don't understand why pet specs like that are allowed to be viable either. Rogue Mage is pretty good though, usually when I queue it. These are just bad queues. Because I was Outlaw for the first like 5 for fun to see if I could make Outlaw Rogue Mage work. And then there's way less buttons, what do you mean? Mark for Death is gone. I mean, I guess I gained Gormaw, that's about it. I gained 1 button. Like, you don't play Flag and Sepsis, I don't think they're good. Always wondered why you hit damage. I think it's just too much clutter on the screen with how many weak auras and stuff I have. But maybe I'll set it up later where just the big crits will show up. And nothing else. Like dance, step. Things that are off global that you want to combine with other things. I think if it was just a Vis, it would be too simplified. What happened to your hair? We've been growing it out for like 2 years. What do you mean? Nothing changed. It's just how the headset's going, I guess. With the part. I just have it going around my ear. So it's not in my eyes as much. But nothing changed. I don't know. I always get stuck in that 8-month like mullet phase, but yeah, I got like, practically to my shoulders in like 2 years. It's just being patient and not like stunning and letting them blink. Either you stun when they're like close to a wall so they blink nowhere and then you get the restun on their blink. Also, don't really bother secreting if they're just gonna invis or meld it. You should probably just like cold blood of this. Unless you know they have nothing. Like if they're restunned, no blink, or you kicked them on arcane and stunned them, then you can secret, but what do you mean, which form? This is in Bayonetta, dude. You need Witch Time, though, to play Sub-Rogue, for sure. I don't know how I got dotted, but okay. Oh, we got the swap still. That's annoying. This would have been a full sheep too if I didn't gouge. I don't think so, Chilled. I left top 10 of the ladder for the last 5 days of the season to go to BlizzCon, and I came back and I was 1 point off. 200 and, 220 people passed me, because inflation is crazy and only the last 2 days of the season matter, apparently. It was really good planning of Blizzard to end the season while people are at BlizzCon. No one goes to California for 2 days, right? You go on a trip, it's 5 days or more. I don't know, honestly. I just mostly play with the European mages anyway. I mean, Olympics is a healer main on his ult, but most of the NA mages don't really play that often or stream that are good. Like Wealthy Man doesn't stream, he's just always doing some dampener shit. Ceralium, I don't even know if he still plays. I know Brain retired. Jamili is just always doing the IRL cute bot shit. Zarya is a classic Andy. I don't know, there's not that many mages, man. Egg's okay. Most of the mages people were playing with last season were people's ults. Like Calvish Mage was grinding. Hansel doesn't play that much. I don't know. I usually just like playing with European mages. Hopefully spell steals that. I don't think he's gonna get it. He doesn't get it. It doesn't really matter, honestly. I'm getting tab one shot. Sucks that I kidneyed because now our next go is kind of sloppy. He blinked. I was gonna step him. Banish the hunt. His root is gonna cost me the game, man. He triggered it though, at least. It was a good earth grab. I have to go now before I just die. I just died a lasso anyway. I had Secret Gormaw though. He could have died there. That was a really good earth grab. I'll believe it when I see it. You know, Hansel's usually coaching for gold all the time. I don't see him pushing very often, you know. I guess there's Abrua plays a decent bit. But he's usually raiding ICC every week for like half the week. So there's the slim pickings of like having my own mage, man. That and he has his own team with Unitas and all the sponsors and all that. Where he's kind of glued to Addon. Raiku's EU and he's got Waz. I don't know, it's cool that NA can import euros though. It's always nice. Bring it up. God, seeing 90-second healer trinket is disgusting. Total luck that you switch for the Prime. I don't like frost mages. They're all just mage lock dampeners. Every time I get a frost mage and shuffle or viewer twos, it's sad. I could have maybe tried to duel that go on the bubble, I guess, but I didn't feel like I had that much damage. Might sap Pally here. I don't get my Gorma off. Play Sax. I'm gonna go eat. He blocked is the scary thing though. I think he still has another Bob. Hopefully he gets the big altar in 2. His altar's off CD in 1. Hopefully DB's the guy for me. There's the wasted backflip. I can just go without pre now. Might duel just to peel. Problem is I just have no dance charges. He needs to just run. I'm just trying to peel. There's the free blare. I did not mean to come out of that vanish. Well, I guess we have to go Pally, because that's like 5 billion CDs. I can't go through Bubble and like 3 trinkets and like 3 bops. Yeah, thank you again so much, Total, for the Prime. Human Rug good? Not really. It's Orc or Night Elf for me, man. I don't think Orc's good. He was in season 2, yeah. And then Rosita was on my season 1 team. But we mostly played Dragon and like Rogue Boomy. So Egg was kind of on the bench most of the time. And the issue was just that Shifter always had computer and internet problems, and then it was Sleepy's first time competing. And then I didn't multi-class. And on top of that, I didn't really adapt Rogue how it should have been. I was too stubborn about one dance. I should have just trilled it up and like got on the one dance train sooner. Because we just kept losing to demo locks every cup. I mean, the answer was that, or it was play like Lock Boomy ourselves with Aegis on lock. Which is what I wanted to do, but then we'd always said we'd prep alts, and then we just didn't practice or play the entire week. But if I had just like went straight on one dance immediately from cup 1 and shit on every I think Olympic said his net's down. GG's. Alright. If he's getting off, I guess I can go back on the other one. At least see if I can find someone else to do twos with, though. Yeah, the problem with Human Rogue is, you have 90-second Trinket if you alternate Human and Medallion, but you can kind of die through your Trinket. Orc's helping you every go so that you don't die through your Trinket, or helping you survive the goes that you don't have Trinket for. Yeah, Human's more damage because Orc is the same amount of attack power season 1 as the end of an expansion. So Orc scales worse and worse every season damage-wise, but 2% secondary stats doesn't really matter if you have like 1% more mastery or whatever. Orc is just more consistent and better. But 90-second Trinket's nice. It's just because then you can trinket every duel, even with CDR. I already put a Sophic on it. Something. See if I can find some more cues. The 750 quest up here, that sucks. Olympics ditched because his internet went out. I don't know if I want to go back to viewer 2s. Yeah, a lot of people leave for Blitz, but I mean, eventually MMR will fix all those issues, right? When it's actual rating and there's an actual penalty for leaving. I mean, Trill just played it how he would play PvE, because that's what Dragonflight is, right? It's not that creative. It's not like he made a whole new PvP build. It was just like, okay, we're PvEing, let's play like an actual PvEer, because he does world first at both, you know? It's not like he tried to translate what a PvE build would look like in PvP. And a lot of it is because it was a bug. His Seal Fate was not intended to make Fan and Knives work on pets. Because Fan and Knives was changed multiple expansions ago to only give you combo points on players. And Seal Fate makes it give you points on pets. So the Seal Fate with the Shuriken Tornado into DK and Demo Lock was like infinity Abysses. You'd just spam Abyss like 3 or 4 times in a row, and it would farm your one dance back really quickly. Well, that's why they usually lost mirrors, but then they beat everyone else. And then, yeah, me just being too stubborn to play that is why I I just didn't beat all the demos and stuff. DVS says he's down to cap Wrath soon, so maybe I could play some Wrath in a bit. Fex is doing 3s. Said shouldn't be that too much longer. What does that mean? I'm a Kata enjoyer myself. It's just I gotta gear my character for Kata, right? Or at least get some cool shit on it. I'd like to get rank 1 in Wrath. It's just... it's a lot of rating and pay to win and all that. I do have 75k though. Which is a decent bit. It's just I keep getting into really shitty GDKP pugs. Where it's just like only heroic gunship, and then the group like doesn't even get normal Lich King. Just trade chat pugs at like any minute's notice. But I do want to get a... it sucks because like Wrath gearing is like... even if you don't want to just play rogue healer in 2s, you still wear like 70% PV gear. I think if a couple pieces are normal, it's probably fine instead of heroic. Especially by the time Ruby Sanctum comes out, like the season probably won't be over, and then everything will be dirt cheap in ICC, so everyone will have already had it. Well, if I have Wrath games, it might be in like 30 minutes probably. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, except for season 11. Oh, Transmon or Palmore's doing a Transmon contest? Should have gone and won that.
One blind eye. This helmet's pretty rare. It takes several hours to farm. I farmed it when I was like 10 years old. You have to run a dungeon over and over till you get an epic drop. Very
But yeah, I'm trying to find some keys.
same with the back piece is a somewhat rare one. Not one where you can just farm, and then here's the mount.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that.
This is also a somewhat rare mount. You have to.
I mean, I've kind of asked everyone. I guess I might have to go back to viewer 2s. Q something? I guess I do viewer 2s. On my main even. Because the rating doesn't matter. So I'm already on it. I'm too lazy to relog. Alright, what do we got? Got a hunter? Oh, it's the warlock honest hunter. Okay, we can do that. Let's race for rogue. Orc or night elf? Night elf if you intend on playing Outlaw and Assa. Orc if you want to have sub rogue versus sub rogue envy and you're tired of losing to people that are cringe and play orc. Like in a perfect world, if every rogue just, you know, went night elf, it would be fine. You only need orc for rogue v rogue, and it's just way less skill. You're just losing a really vital tool. You can make so many outplays with Meld, and it's so much more fun. I mean, Season 10 has the legendary staff, but yeah. A lot of the trinkets in Season 9 and 10 aren't that great, and even then, the Season 9 trinket that's good is BOE, and it's from trash mobs in the raid. Hopefully he traps that. Got PS, got a trap. Get a half sap. Didn't sap his trinket, feels bad, man. Asian the hunt. Got it for free, was a little early, but I don't like this blind. That's my bad. Good silence off of it, though. He still has turtle. Pick ultimate penance. Into duel on healer, into kidney. Oh, the ultimate penance is just gonna kill me. Feels bad. Shadow Finishers is really good in PvE, but it doesn't work at all in PvP. It's just bugged. Works on target dummy, works on players. Like if I cheap shot, then I eviscerate, right? Hits 2, cast 1. If I do that same thing to a player, it'll just say cast 1, hits 1. So most people just opt to move it to either AoE Rupture for shuffle or the extra energy for now. But at the end of the day, if I'm doing world quests and shit, I might as well have it. I'm too lazy to swap it around constantly. And I want to play around the amount of energy regen I would have normally. I think changing the talent just because it's bugged to gain like 2 more energy at times or 3 more energy at times, it's not really needed. You should like get used to how much energy you will have when they ever do fix the bug, hopefully. I don't know where to find S Arena updated. I just know Big Mix has a working Gladius right here. Normally I prefer S Arena, but I had to switch back to Gladius for a second. But there's a custom Gladius that works. It's the best I can do for you. Maybe you could try to reverse engineer what they changed in that compared to normal Gladius and put that into S Arena, but my Gladius works? Weird. Someone was saying Pika had a working S Arena yesterday after he updated it, but I see no update for S Arena. And CurseForge shows the latest version as 10.15 still. I don't know. Want to do some Disc Rogue? Possibly. Think he's using the Gladius? Like, I don't know then. It's funny because the base UI is broken too. I guess just when they changed the 90-second healer trinket, they just gave it a new spell ID or something now. Show graphics? Sure. Marksman get any changes? I hope so. Yeah, the tier set is broken on BTR. So is Ellie. Ellie was like 70 owing me in like 0.5 with like 6 lava bursts hitting me for 150k at a time on PTR. And then Demon Hunter was doing crazy damage. Warrior's crazy, Rogue's crazy. But I still think it's going to be a dampener season after they nerf everyone. The 90-second trinket change is like really bad for the game. I'd rather they just like buff CC duration and then kill triple DR, I think. Full immune half. Like babysitting 3 stuns or 3 sheeps feels shitty anyway, you know? I'd rather just have longer CC durations but less DRs. Then your globals feel more satisfying. And you're not as punished for doing CC. It just increases the value of CC per global. So it's not just World of PvEing and occasionally throwing an instant micro at the healer in Shufflecraft. Like when an RMP CC chain nowadays is only 10 seconds of just like 1 stun poly, and you're not getting triple poly, you're not getting fear off of it. You're just like, you know, chastise fearing a DPS and stun cheaping healer. And that's it. That's the CC chain. 4-second cheap, 6-second, you know. He canceled his turtle. He's choking. Mom's spaghetti. Honestly, every time I do Blitz, there's like 3 or 4 rogues. That's how I know we're getting there. Oh no, it's Super Goku. Honor doesn't reset? I don't believe so, no. Just gold, I think. But usually nothing. I don't even think it turns into gold anymore. It didn't the last few seasons. Got it. He needs to stop roll checking the queues. I keep not queuing because I forget he loads out slow. The best thing you could do is, like, spend hours and kill your mouse buying hundreds of conquest boxes and either vendoring them or opening them and disenchanting. It's not really worth it, to be honest. It's like 20k gold if you spend hours doing it. But yeah, honestly, just farm your spark, which takes less than like an hour on your ults. Like, don't even bother with the PvP quest for it. You can't get into my evasion. Not even gonna blind the Ore Master heals. He's topped anyway. The best thing you could do is do the hourly super bloom thing. Which spawns on the hour every hour. And that'll get you the rep you need to do the 1500 rep quest. Oh, since we're both keep dying, we're not going to be able to even start the queue. Because he was dead last time. Weird. Right, I have to wait till he reses to get the queue going. Hopefully it's an insta queue because he's lower anyway. I did helmet. Just because it's the most item level. Or like, it's a high stat budget piece. Same with like chest and legs, but you don't really ever craft those. Especially if you end up getting a free greater trophy again like last season. And you're not spending conquest on it either. It's that or boots, but I don't think the Infurious boots scale with item level. I think you will. You didn't, you know, season 2. I don't see why they wouldn't do it again. My cheat death procs, man. From sepsis in the arena. That's so cooked. Let's go paint. Yeah, Shadow Finisher is bugged. Doesn't happen in PvP. I think we'll get free trophy. Probably. I mean, it's Blizzard. They haven't communicated with if we will or not, but I would assume it will. I don't know. It was just a tutorial on how trophies worked. You got a little quest item, gave you a greater one and a normal one. Worst case, you can buy them with honor too. So if you end up buying conquest weapon week 1, you can still honor craft, honor trophy, the helmet. And then by the time you have conquest to spend on non-weapons, you'll be able to just blind. Oh, we got treated. Oh, it's not worth going in the swap. So yeah, if I look at details here, right? Eviscerate, cast 2, hits 2, instead of 4. Because all of them had fine weakness. Whereas now if I reset, and I hit a mob, cast 1, hits 2. Well, actually it says cast question mark this time, I don't know. Yeah, Shadow of This just doesn't work on players. It works on enemies, like NPCs and target dummy and stuff, but it's weird. Alright, we're gonna gank Super Goku. Think Sub needs a nerf? I mean, I think it's better that everyone feels OP than focusing on nerfing everyone. If you nerf Rogue, then you have to nerf Ellie, Warrior, Hunter, Mage, Warlock, Cyclone, our Druid in general. Yeah. I think, you know, just nerfing everyone to the ground isn't fun. So, I don't know. And I think Assa and Outlaw are as strong as Sub. I think, you know, trying to balance Rogue around just like Waz and Calvish is really stupid. No one else gets balanced around the top of their class. Like, no one balances Warlock around Chanimal. Or balances Ellie around Jamie. You know, it doesn't work that way. Or balances Warrior around Magnus and, like, you know. Oh, the triple DR scatter fucks us really hard. I'm also not playing Disarm for Doom wins. Kind of terrifying. I'll blind off that though. Ooh, the port actually kind of fucks me. Blind importing back in though. I think it broke to something though. Not sure what. Restun, pray he gets a trap somehow. Got burrow. I don't know. People, even rank 1 tournament players, unironically bitch about triple sub rogue. It's like always like a hypothetical thing of like, what if AI played sub rogue? You know, like, what if AI played any class, man? Like, people that whine about triple sub rogue, even though it's not a thing, are like, people like, why won't you whine about triple hunter then? That would one shot you even faster from stealth. I've never seen Mother Duck. Is it different than the normal duck? I have it. I'm on it. Doesn't even look like a duck. It's like a stork. Does the ability change every time or something? Apparently this is the mother duck. It was like a elite duck that I killed. I've never seen that. Could you do the full bloom more than once a day? I'm not sure. I just know that was the quickest way to get the 1500 reps, someone told me. Just to do that every like hour. Yeah, I'm just saying no one holds that standard to anyone else, right? It's usually people that play really slow comps, like mages that don't play mage rogue and play with warlocks and stuff like that. Or just like the biggest dampener 10-minute game shadow play players that like whine about it. And expect literally, you know, only a couple people to do well on the class. And even when even if there's like only one rogue getting rank 1 in a specific season, they'll still say it's OP. There's no limit to those people. They'll be like, nah, they're making it work. It's clearly fine. But then if like Chanimal was the only warlock winning an arena game, they would lose their mind. It's always like the rogue hatred is strong in a lot of people. It's always just a just be Waz or Calvish forehead. Someone CC'd it? I said like half the fucking player base. Like, I remember in the beginning of MoP when Rogue was actually terrible, people still whined about Rogue. Even when Stampede Bug was going on, and Warrior was, like, the best class ever created. Like, still, to this day. I think Warrior Season 12, with the Wreckful Warrior montage, that was greater than Season 5 Death Knight. That was greater than the Ret rework at the beginning of this expansion. And people were still bitching about Rogue that season. Even though it was like the worst season Rogue ever did. Like, there will never not be people complaining about Rogue. That's just the way it'll go. Everyone always acts like you have 90 talent points and you're playing every different possible build at the same time. It's like, nah, they're, you know. You got Thistle T, 10 combo points, 3 dances, and Kyrian, and Flag. All at the same time, man. Once Rogues get set bonus, not sub Rogue. I'm not gonna wear sub tier. Sub tier isn't playable. It's like 30% chance to do like 30k damage. It's like 2% of your damage overall. Sub tier is awful. I literally will wear season 2 tier in my BIS list. Maybe not on chest and legs though. I'll probably do like gloves. And then I don't know what else. Maybe chest, maybe shoulders. Unless it was just bugged on all the PTR. Like, one of my rogues, I'll get it anyway, just because of Assa and Outlaw, and then I'll test the numbers again. And see if it was just bugged on PTR, but... it's pretty terrible. We got both Tringuts. It's good. I should have cloaked instead of evasioning here, because then I could have removed the death chakra. Walk into an old trap, I guess. Try to get a half sap. JK stays combat for no reason. No, we don't swap, don't swap. Why are we swapping? We could just CC to the turtle and kill. Now I don't have stun DR for the next trap. Duel defensively. Still have double vanish. Should have just dueled the hunter maybe to kill since we don't have CC, but... he gets in combat from Trent, so I don't get a half sap, and we die. Pick that though, maybe I can still kill. If they break this early for no reason. Nope. They have a pulse. I'm gonna wear season 2 too, so yeah. I mean, I'm gonna conquest by weapon first, yeah. Wish we didn't break the CC that game though. Yeah, auction house for the green gear. Gormaz is really good. Nahj is drunk? Nah. 4 Rottens and extra energy regen is really nice. The gloves don't matter being that far item level. And on the chest, you at least get to wear correct stats. Season 4 tier set is just... Season 3 tier is just trash. If you play like no tier, and you just get used to only having 2 Rottens, it's okay too, I guess. You just play no tier. I don't think, like, you know, it's gonna be that much agility you lose. It's gonna hit me. I said, what? I dodged it and it still pulled me out. But I got another re, okay. Got disperse. Talking to yourself for hours? Probably. I think you still, even with float like a butterfly or whatever, evasion, or like evasion and feint CDR, and even if you went nimble, it's still not worth the global of pressing feint. Unironically. Cheat death is just better. Because when you're all inning, you don't have a global to feint aggro. And most of the time, even if you don't talent elusiveness, you still get value out of feint anyway, because almost every class bursts with AoE for no reason. Rapid fire, secret tech. There's so many just AoE abilities that feint helps you with. Upheaval. Like 20% just doesn't save you. And it's just, you don't have enough globals for it. And then it forces you to like take nimble to not feel energy starved or have like 150 energy or something weird, you know, but especially as a night elf where you're way squishier. As an orc, you probably could get away with it more. Because your lose condition is so much smaller. Want to blind off that? Got trinket swap. Killing him through swap. Got turtle. Step kick healer into a vanish for another kick. Into a kidney. Up to the fade. Stream hours lately? I mean, that's my life, man. I gotta catch up. I took time off for BlizzCon. If I don't do this, I can't pay rent. So, I'm not gonna just be like, oh, I took vacation time for 5 days. Oh, I got sick on vacation. Well, I guess I'm gonna do another, like, 2 weeks of no streaming. Like, if I took a week off, like, I can't do that. Still worth the farm bloody tokens? Not really. It's just if you have nothing better to do and you're logged in. And right now, with my credit cards, I'm in the negative. I'll probably have to get a real job again in January if all the new patches and stuff aren't really good to me. Hopefully this season I can do a lot better, especially with the whole multi-streaming stuff and new alerts. And I don't know, I got some plans to hopefully up the vibes a little bit. I just gotta find new people and then maybe win a Void tournament or, hopefully AWC starts up and I actually get a real team or something. Like, that'd be nice. And that's the plan, right? We gotta hope that the year ends strong. I just know in general we lost half of what we had this year. Like, we were doing like 700 plus subs for like half a year straight, and now we're like 200 subs. And on top of that, like, January, my revenue goes in half, even if my sub count's good, because of ads. Adpocalypse. Like, January and February are really small months for a lot of things. So I don't know if I could afford to have like a bad month when I'm already like losing money every month, even with just contributing to my half of rent. I've already burned through all my savings. I'm kind of negative right now. Hopefully we can like scatter rogue for pre. Hopefully he doesn't get a re. Nice pre. I didn't think he was gonna get that for some reason. At least we got another PS. It's just getting soloed by the priest. I like the scatter though. Yeah, the problem is everyone that was bigger than me that I liked to play with occasionally was, they're all classic Andes, and I don't really like classic. And I think SOD is just gonna be more classic. I don't really care about vanilla. People are like so terrified how retail it's gonna be. I think I have games on Wrath, so I'm gonna make that LG of Rogue Hunter. I'm gonna go on Wrath and Cap. We're gonna do some Wrath of Lich King for just a little bit. Like 10 games. Just for Cap. At least there's actual, you know, arena here. Yeah, I don't think Mitch is ever gonna be an arena player again. Same with Czar. They're drunk with how much more money PvE makes them, so. Why do you play the finisher talent even though it doesn't work? For PvE and stuff. If I'm doing like world quests. I don't think getting an extra 3 energy ever changes anything. I don't have energy problems. There's not really anything else I can move it to. Besides the 3 extra energy. Oh, I know, man. I wish I could be fake. It makes me extra salty about the people that play Classic. Hopefully Kata brings a lot of people together. Like, hopefully people get bored of vanilla by then. Kata is kind of the saving grace for me. But at least then I get to be warrior level OP, you know? And there's less PvE gear. I don't have to raid until season 11, and then I just don't play the last season, probably. Or I just go full Sam X and I beat everyone with no PvE. I don't think they'll release MOP, to be honest. I just don't think vanilla is a permanent business model for them, and it's stupid to keep putting all their eggs in it. Like, they've done Season of Mastery, like, re-looping vanilla, like, 8 times. None of the raids have any mechanics. It's balanced around people having 500 ping and 10 FPS. There's no mechanics. Your rotation is 1 to 3 buttons. Gear is 99% of the skill. And there's insane RNG. Like, I don't get it. I think them announcing 3 expansions at once is just that they're trying to trim it down from 3 patches an expansion to 2 patches an expansion, so that they can kind of do a 1.5-year cycle instead of a 2-year cycle for every expansion, so that we can get to finishing WoW. Like, they're just speedrunning the few lore points that are left, so that they could kind of finish it in 5 years instead of like 10 years. So that they can go to WoW 2. Or something else that's not even tied to WoW. Just a whole new MMO in general. I don't know, it's ironic because all the classic Andes call the retail people Zoomers that want instant gratification. Because, like, the classic people are so brainwashed that they actually believe that time invested equals skill. To them, it's full-on Alterac Valley Swifty mode of, oh yeah, I was the best warrior in the world because I left my character logged in for an entire week AFK in Alterac Valley and I have 700,000 honorable kills that I AFK'd 90% of them. I'm so fucking good. Like, that's every vanilla player, man. And then they say that we're the fucking instant gratification people. When it's like, you don't want an environment where anyone can exceed or do anything. You want everything equalized. Classic is communism. No skill, just random trivia knowledge. and patience. Yeah, I'm playing Wrath for a couple games. I do not know what pulled me out of stealth there. That's unfortunate. I have a shield though, so I can Meldery. He D&Ds it, but it doesn't get me out. Just gonna cheap shot into a gouge. I'll blind Pally in one. Ooh, we break that. I have step kidney after this. Nice silence. Like, I understand the people that want social skill to be more important than mechanical skill. Like, I understand that. Like, the people that want it to entirely be a social simulator of, okay, I'm good at politics and I like talking to people, and the whole point is just meeting a bunch of friends. Doesn't matter if none of us have our keyboards plugged in. At least I said hi to a guy and he said hi back and I invited him. Like, I understand people that like that about Classic. It is an actual social video game. But it doesn't click to me because I don't really care about that at all. So, I mean, just different strokes for different people, you know? I've put up with the most horrible humans playing Arena because I needed to queue the game. I've played with Crusader, you know, like, and so many people like him. That was bad. I should have gotten the sap. Step kick penance in a sec. Into cheap shot kidney. Actually, he trinkets. I'm probably dead this global though if we don't kill. My kick didn't want to go off somehow. He switches the clone to me. I played that one really sloppy, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's hard to meet new people, especially with LFG being such a cesspool and not really well designed. Like, LFG needs a revamp, the whole rating system needs a revamp. Honestly, the whole vanilla discussion could be a video. Just ranting. But there's so many improvements they can do to make retail a growable experience going forward. Like the previous rant about what I hate about vanilla and how most people that play it are fake, outside of certain PvE Andes. And people that just really, really like the social aspect. But people that act like it has depth, or that random trivia knowledge of, you know, getting a tiny little item upgrade or whatever equals you'll do your rotation better or whatever is just kind of eh. But I think the ways you actually modernize retail for Zoomers is you steal more things from more games. Dragon Riding was a great addition from Guild Wars. Keep stealing and making your own improved version of it, right? So there needs to be Guild Wars level Q Arena at level 1. Get gear for it. There needs to be a world PvP island where you just have spawn points all over the map and you just have free range world PvP in between your queues. There needs to be more types of solo content. You should be able to queue 2v2 double DPS only while you wait on a healer for 3s. Threes, like shuffle needs to flat out go, and there should just be solo queue threes where it's 1 round. So healers are playing more games per minute. So then you're basically waiting 6 minutes instead of 30 minutes. It's easier to balance too. It should also be melee range healer, even if the queues are longer. Private servers had it right. There needs to be the crystal that private servers had, where if both teams click the red crystal in the starting room, you skip the waiting a minute for no reason bullshit. You know, what else? Oh, this is bad. I got AB'd out. I don't like dancing like this. I'm gonna get sheeped. We didn't even get PS with my dance and trinket. That's probably GG, because it's disc and not shadow. I'm blind. Normally against SP mage, you want to try to get disperse without using dance or cloak, and then you cloak dance to all in. I was trying to gouge him there and then blind the mage, but I didn't get it off. He probably dead this global. Yeah, that was my bad. But yeah, steal things from private servers. Steal things from, you know, just accessibility in terms of level 1 arena. Duels need to reset your CDs, whether people will abuse it or not. People queue a skirm and leave it. It does nothing. People, you know, reset cooldowns on bosses. You pull the boss out of the room, all your cooldowns and lust reset. I don't think someone dueling for CDs is, the, you know, to have all their CDs for a quest mob or something is going to be the end of the world. But yeah, more types of solo content, more types of world content. I think the 8v8 thing with BGs won't even be that bad of an addition. They just have to forcefully control the comps so it's better balanced and less RNG. And maybe even get rid of duo queue. I think just queuing with a tank or a healer is way too much of an advantage. The whole point is for it to be solo. There needs to be more introductory PvP content as well. Like, think Mage Tower. But like, instead of that, like, or Proving Grounds. Just teach people how to do a focus kick or, you know, something like that. Like a little tutorial for PvP. The base UI needs like 500 improvements. I should have kept all inning with him, honestly. You got the sack. He parries my gouge. Get pop. If he didn't parry my gouge and we had gouge fear there, it would have been so good. Dodges my gouge again. We love RNG. This is the worst game ever for me. I just should have all into the opener with him. If I didn't go for a re, I think we actually killed. I just always play overly weird just because of my gear. So I'm in like full season 6 gear with no PV. So I don't really do any damage. So in my head I'm just like, I need perfect CC and I let the priest do everything, but... Just sucks when we can't go for gouge fear because he parries 4 times in a row. Oh, we actually landed one. Got bubble. I don't think it's worth his mana to MD it. Nice, I baited him into charging me. Gouge, see if he weighs Zerker. Nice, he does. I get a re and cheap shot him in a second. Kind of bad because nothing's gonna line up, but deadly throw him. Get another arena sec. Maybe sap Pally. Because he's out of range of intervene. Oh, we just get a fear on him. I'll sap out of the fear and then go for the kill. He roars me a mile away. Still get my dance sap. Into a kidney. Get full bleeds, give him tricks. Into a silence. Into a half blind. Oh, I hit sack for that. I'm just dumb. I saw big debuffs of everything else. Baited by the big debuffs. Step kick Pally in a second. Oh, nice MC. Disarming non-blade storm, even though it's DR. Kick Pally. Gouge Pally. Have to just run. Might still be dead. I've danced in like 2. That's awkward. I got a clean vanish though in 1. He just versus for mana. Might stop Pally here with that. I don't know if this is worth actually all-inning. I should have let him go for a drink, and this should have just been a try to cheap kidney warrior as long as I can angle right there. So if he could have gotten a drink, that would have been nice. Hoping we would have gotten the fear off the gouge there. Like PvE arena mode? Yeah, I think that'd be great. Have like some bots, so, kind of like Comp Stomp, but with like actually good bots that are almost on par with like a 2200 player or something. Kind of like the Doom bots were in League. That'd be a good like thing for anxiety for people that, you know, get anxious to just still experience it. We bop aggro to close because we have no mana and no disperse. He accidentally pre-roared my meld cheap shot. Kidney for him just to live, I guess, but we're probably dead here. I've danced really soon, but actually I could have just blinded warriors sooner. I hit dots. Yeah, having some more like bot training ground type style things and like just a practice area where you could just queue into bots, make sure your macros and all that work, that'd be nice. In addition to all the other things I was preaching about. There's so many ways they could innovate it and make Arena almost as popular as PvE if they wanted to. Even for people that just hate PvP. Like, the problem right now is the game is so dead that even at 1600, 1800, you fight people that play like a what would be Glad or rank 1 back in the day. There's no, oh, I just want to casually play with my friend from work or from my friend from school. And, you know, there's just a competitive culture of if you're not rank 1, you're 1200 rated. And everyone plays sweaty. Everyone has focus macros. Everyone has, you know, 1, 2, 3. You can't be a casual 2200 arena team anymore because it's so top heavy with no lower or middle class. And I think killing a lot of add-ons kind of bridges the skill gap in that a little bit, which is nice if there was like no weak auras and stuff like that, but they're never going to do that. It just adds more immersion of people just being so much less sweaty for no reason. Tries to death by gouge, it still breaks. Worst opener ever for me. We still got double trinket somehow. We're probably dead here though through disperse. have like 5 more on stun DRs. Maybe I just YOLO pray on dynamic in like 2 more seconds. I have to YOLO pray the dynamic. Dynamic gods were not happy on either of them. I should have kicked the holy fire. I was a little slow. Quick penance. Cheap shot the guy. Yeah, let's get a full-on Devin Nash style notepad, right? How's the new sub feel? Well, right now we're doing 10 games of Wrath for cap, but all 3 rogue specs are really fun this patch. Assa is good, yeah. What else am I missing? He never got that fear ward off for like 10 dispels, so I had to blind and get his trinket. Sucks they cloaked. PV arena for practice? Yeah. I got the re-fairy on me. The global, I was gonna press step cheap shot. Or finish cheap. Just gonna kidney defensively. I'm just dead. I have to prep evage. Try to step kick priest, but kick priest. Get feared. Canceled my sprint. I got the fairy. He's gonna turn death my gouge. He doesn't. Maybe get a half sap. JK get cloned. Silence is off though. I think he kills with that. Guy walls. Big ambush. Good wall for it though. Maybe I should just stat and stealth, honestly. We get feared. YOLO dodges, gouge, even though it had dots, so it's just gouging for like micro and to land a kidney. He clones my priest. I'm probably dead here. I land a kidney, maybe I'll live. I have cloak in 1, I'm on global. Cloak the penance. Try to gouge the priest, bandage a tick. Step the priest just for a sprint. Can gouge Feral in 2. He has dots though. We should never lose that matchup ever. I just played weird. Every time we dispelled my fairy too, it was a weird timing where I wasn't ready to do anything with it because of no comps. trying to save this, but I believe so. I think it's 94 in this. 95 instead of 93. I just haven't changed it in forever. I just get used to them having different UIs anyway. I get found. Feels bad, man. Cheap shot his trinket. He has a garrote for that, so. Couldn't step ambush him because lag, I guess. That sucks. That guy just has full raid gear and I got found. Usually we are like 90% win rate. It sucks to actually be negative right now, but I haven't played it in a minute. I'm kind of rusty. What else am I missing? I think that's mostly everything, right? I keep adding rotation complexities and openers. Can play a spec that doesn't have one. I don't know. I don't feel like that is the case. I think people just overly try to compare the game to PvE. And they're like, well, this is how the robot tells me how to parse. They're like, this is the first 10 globals I press every time. PvP isn't scripted, so. Like everyone always says, what's the sub-rogue rotation? And I'm like, sub-rogue has no rotation. Just don't leave a gap in your stunts. And make sure you have rotten and maybe perforated for, you know, Gormon. That's it. Sometimes you're going to stun someone's trinket. Sometimes you're going to off-stun someone else. Sometimes you got to go run back and blind. Or go back and resap or something. Like, you're reacting to what's going on. Oh, that's way harder than just saying a rotation. That's why people like PvE. But I'm just saying, try to focus on having fun. Have your own playstyle, even if it's not optimal. If you're like not playing at a tournament level or a rank 1 level, that's fine. Not everyone has to be the same robot playing the same exact comp. Like actual Wrath, everyone sucked at the game. There was like 100 different comps, and not everyone had best in slot PvE gear. You play it on a private server, you play it in classic. It's literally just HPAL warrior, HPAL DK 99% of the time, or like a priest rogue running away for 40 minutes straight. You're not going to see someone play RLD with no PvE gear anymore, you know, because the game's solved. And I think, except like if you're not trying to be, you know, top 100 or something, or you know, try to be like, you know, top 8 AWC or something, then you don't need to be that sweaty about it. Like, you don't have to like overly, you know, try to solve the game. I think if you have no rotational complexity, it kills the game by making it too simple. Like if the rotation is like 4 buttons and it plays itself, then you don't have to put any of your awareness into the rotation. You're not looking at your buffs and debuffs. You're not like, you know, managing multiple different timers. You're not spinning any plates. Then you get to put 99% of your awareness into interrupts and CC. And it makes people play way better. Like if you look at Mop Rogue, no one was doing perfect CC because you were like, oh, I got to keep up Rupture. Oh, I got to keep up Slice. Oh, I got to do this. You know? When you have like 4 times as much stuff going on in your rotation, you can't multitask having like perfect kicks and perfect CC all the time. And it's just more fun that way. It's the same thing with like a lot of weak ores making everyone like overly scripted. And like, you know, that taking a lot of the soul and fun out of the game as well. It's like steroids in baseball. Like, what's the point if everyone's the same thing? Oh, you missed the fear. I guess we have to go Pally then. Parries my gouge. The trinket's my blind, even though the Pally could have just bopped him. He Zerkers, nice. Hopefully we can come through that. Oh, he MCs it anyway. And he just gets purged out. I'm just gonna die then. But yeah, everything I kind of ranted about like the last hour, these are kind of the gist of them, right? Like if they did all of this, Arena would go from like 0.5% market share to like 40%. Great, maybe now it's a day late and $1 short, but if they did this years ago, right? Then like if we just didn't feel all neglected and stuff. It's unfortunate. In Blizzard's past, everything good that they ever do is generally on accident. Like the whole MOBA genre of how huge Dota and League is spawned from a Warcraft 3 mod that they neglected. You know, with Ice Frog and everything. You know, then 20 years, or not 20 years, but decades later, they're like, we're gonna make Heroes of the Storm and we're gonna casualize it and make it awful. You know, like, I don't know. Generally, whenever something is good, like Arena, it's done completely on accident. And the soul of Arena has been so different since Legion, where Legion onwards just kind of been WoW 2. So, I think I'm gonna let that be the end of my rant, but like everything in that kind of list, you know, would be so good. Like, if there was like streaming with no downtime, you know, all the Zoomers or anyone that comes home from work or school that only has 1 hour to play, it'd be so much better for them to actually log in and play the game and not look through a dead LFG that doesn't work. Oh, LFG was another point I should have put in there. And revamp the rating system. So I'm not done. Bro, that's on my dance too. Oh, nice stun. He's pissed. I mean, I'm kind of pissed too because my dance didn't get a re-cheap or anything, but. Might set mage. Rogue comes out to dots. He's gonna get another reek, I'm bad. I thought I would get the step ambush before he ran around the corner. Oh, he camps the same spot. Getting deeps. I was trying to vanish that Nova and get an ambush off, but I'm probably dead off this because I think he has dance. I get a Growth on him before I die. Kick the poly. Tricks my guy. I think he's got this. Revamp rating system. Revamp LFG. You spell bulletin? Oh, I had it right, okay. Yeah, those are big ones, so I guess I'll have to make another marker. But yeah, more or less, if they followed all these, it's gonna be a long 1v1. But if there was more types of world content, you know, so you can have world PvP always, with no carrot on a stick, just free range, you know, think CSGO knife surfing. Just some, you know, practically loading screen, you know, in Smash, when you're queuing online, even though the netcode for Nintendo is awful. It lets you, you know, play a little game against the bots while you wait in queue. Like just having free range world PvP could be a more social aspect of that. And then, like I said, more types of solo content, revamp rating itself, so it's more consistent. Revamp LFG, so people can actually find each other. Prune shuffle and just make more different types of better solo content. You know, encourage people to duel by letting it reset your CDs. So it's not a, okay, we can duel again when I have Ice Block in 3 minutes, you know. And then level 1 arena, it should be way more accessible. And then there's just things like the amount of matches you can play per hour. Let people skip the starting room if everyone's ready. You don't need to waste an extra entire minute on, like, you know, hypothetical dead time. And then there should just be more types of even, like, solo PvP content in general, like being able to practice a UI change against bots or something. Which I guess that's what skirmishes kind of are for, even though they have long queues. It'd be like an insta-queue version of that. And then there should just be more kind of a tutorial aspect. I think also improving the base UI. Should have DR trackers, class colors baseline, combat indicators baseline, big debuffs baseline. Like, there's a lot of add-ons like that that should be improved. I think a lot of trackers for, like, teammate CDs and, like, Omnibar and Weak Auras can probably go too far, and then you can leave those in mod territory. But the default UI, edit mode really changed nothing. Edit mode, if anything, took away features from people, which was kind of crazy. The whole point was revamping the whole UI. When now the new UI baseline is just a glorified LVUI for your frames. That's about it. It didn't change much with edit mode, but like the entire default UI should be improved substantially. And you know, if they could improve all of these, PvP would be like almost as popular as PvE. Whether people are intimidated by it, especially people that, and I'm not even saying arena. Like, you know, there'd be more world PvP Andes and more battleground Andes. It's just something to do. You know, you're not tied to a weekly lockout. You know, there's ways to make it fun for different people without it being at fun of others. Of just like, oh, I want to be a best in slot raider with 4 pocket healers. That's my power fantasy. Like, that kind of stuff is toxic, but, you know, just whatever lets people play the game and keeps it from dying is good for the game. But I think that's kind of the end of my rant of like just making there be less dead time and letting people play the game. Hopefully I don't get found again, because I think this guy has stealth talents. I don't. Failing step cheap shot arena 1. Ooh, this guy has a... That's really awkward for me. He triggered it by blind even though it broke the dots, so it's not the worst. And I have full bleeds for his vanish. But I might just die out of this, even though I'm heavy Rizzo. I think I'm just dead. My trinket was really bad. I shouldn't have won that. This was like a 1500 game on both sides. At least now that I'm not ranting, I could focus on the gameplay now. We're gonna run it back real quick. So I need 2200 for weapons. I finished capping, but maybe I'll play a couple more. The problem is like just blaming it on the community. That's just the internet in general, sadly. Doesn't matter what game you play. It's gonna be toxic. People aren't gonna, you know. No one's gonna want to be forced into playing tank or healer in Overwatch, you know. People aren't gonna hold the champion selects not hostage when you get autofill in League, you know, like. People want to play their game their own stubborn way, and when you force them to play a different way and stuff, people are gonna get annoyed. And people would usually rather sit a longer queue than deal with autofill. Even if that means they just watch a Netflix show or, you know, play another game while they wait on their queue. And I think in general, there's just so much toxicity in every game, from Valorant to League to Dota, CS. There's not really any games that aren't toxic. Unless there's just no social component whatsoever. It's called like Eureka Ergonomic or something. I got a discount on it. So we got Trinket and Lichborn and AMZ. And we got the shackle. You got the IBF because there was a gap. So I got pet stunned. Even though I triggered it. This guy's still bubbled aggro for 1, so I can't really do anything. That sucks. Well, I should say any alive mainstream game, right? Not to who mega lol that, but... Like if I look up Heroes Might and Magic 3 player count. HE edition has 1300 concurrent. 52% lower than its previous all-time peak of 28 achieved in like a month ago or 10 days ago. So like 1 to 3,000 concurrent players at a time. That's just because they're really passionate and they love the game. That's what Arena will be in like the next 10 years. But it'll still be toxic, I guess, still. I don't know. I guess that comes down to more of the playstyle thing than the number of players. I think it's just, if like someone had like a beautiful YouTube review of that game and like they ended up adding a whole bunch of new content or something, and you know 100,000 people started playing, it would become toxic, right? Or is that me just being a pessimist? I just think when something is that buried in the rough, as it's like a diamond for some people and they all treasure it, then they want to clean up after themselves. Because they don't want to scare away the last remaining people, right? You would think Arena would already be at that point. Because there's probably less than 200,000 people that play Arena, like UNNA probably, right? I'm completely guessing. Because they don't give us sub-count numbers anymore. I'm just trying to go off of rank 1 spots. And that's counting Asia, too. Like right now it's weird because there's like 200 rank 1 spots, but they have this new alt system where alts don't take up a spot. So if there wasn't alts, there'd probably be like... You'd lose like half the rank 1 spots, right? It'd probably be like 100 rank 1. That's probably way less than that, actually, yeah. I don't know. There's no way to know. All I know is there's no way it's more than that. Which is sad. Because it used to be millions of people. Like, it used to be 5% of WoW. And WoW used to have, you know, 10 million plus people. And I think if they had nurtured it ever since Wrath, it could have been as big as PvE. Especially if they didn't, like, screw over MLG back in the day. Where they just refused to make a spectator client. And, like, Kata. Restun his trinket? Oh, I tried to step sap the mage. The step stunned me. Yeah. I was hoping to like line the step and then maybe get a gouge, but I'm dead as fuck here. Gonna play Sod? I will try it. Because at least it's something different. It's not vanilla reskin number 9, right? It's something new. Now, depending on how much like vanilla it is, will determine how much I like it. I don't really like PvE. I don't really like leveling. I don't really like raiding. But obviously there's probably going to be all raid gear. You're probably not going to be able to buy any PvP gear. I'll accept that. I'll suck it up. I'll do whatever BS I gotta do. But if the game has resists and RNG, I won't main it. I don't want to deal with resists. And I'm sure it's going to be way more vanilla, even though people are complaining it already has too much retail stuff in it. But if there's resists and free action potions and heartbeat and you're blind and gouge break randomly for no reason, it's not worth my time. But I'll try it for a couple weeks, and I will get bored of it, or I'll keep playing it. Season of Discovery, the thing they announced at BlizzCon. Basically, their new version of Classic Plus. It's going to be vanilla, but the level cap is level 25, and then they're putting like a bunch of retail abilities kind of into the game. So that the game is less just like one button. It's kind of very Ascension WoWy. If you ever heard people play that private server. And then the level cap is 25. And they made like BFD be a raid instead of a dungeon. It's weird. But that's the whole point. It's meant to be weird and break like what the mold and expectation and meta of the game is. Which could be refreshing. Which get a cheap kidney and peel into a gouge. JK parries my gouge even though he was kidneyed. Just gonna blind wear. Maybe he'll bop it for no reason. Oh, he already bopped. I have dance. Hopefully he gets there for that. I should have just stayed in. Intervened so I couldn't step kick, but I didn't have step like her. Yeah, I didn't have step. Yeah, they're doing some weird things. They're gonna let mages be a healer. They're gonna let rogues and locks like tank and shamans. Their solution to there's not enough tanks is just let every class heal and tank. Like, it's some weird stuff. Like the whole point is for it to just be very different. And obviously, Blizzard's not gonna balance it. It's gonna be a fiesta. But I don't know. It'll be something different for like a month of like waiting on the next expansion. And supposedly it starts on the 30th. So, 2 weeks into this season. If there's like some PvP, I'll do it. Like the big thing for me though is how is RNG going to be handled? Like if it's more vanilla than it is anything else, I'm not for it. Like I don't want to deal with resists and free action potions and heartbeat and all that. But yeah, it seems like they just want to throw spaghetti noodles at the wall and see if they stick. And I'm for that because they need to find something. I don't know. Maybe they'll move it back or they'll make it some weird trinket or something. I don't know. What? It actually is an SP this time? You got the mage out? Yes. We got both their trinkets. I might be dead though, because I guess. Oh, nice. You got the dispel on my deep before you got CC'd. Sucks to cloak before disperse. Might just kill this guy with ambush. Got his disperse. Try to get dispersed there. Good dispel. I didn't waste that fan and ice for no reason. I could have gouged him coming out of the block. Default raid frames? Yeah. I mean, the cooldowns are normally Omni CD on retail, but I'm using ability team tracker on Wrath. I should change my title. Wrath. combat. Is this disperse? We have stun DRs in like 3. Pre-IBFs. Honestly, I think I just blind the DK. Gouge the other guy. I'll gouge off the blind. Nah, I gouge this guy still. And we meld for a cheap shot. We get the full fear on that guy. He bubbles it. Got the Lichborn. Get a clean vanish before I get dotted. We've no disperse for a while. I think I have to just cheap shot the rat to peel. To a gouge. To a kidney, hopefully. I don't know if he lives. When I dance the other guy in 5. I mean, this was the closest one we had into them. That's hard for us. I peeled that pretty well. Oh, you accidentally holy novaed the gouge at the end? I mean, we didn't have much other choices, so. Probably a couple more, though, and I'm probably going to get off. About, like, 2-3 more. Well, it looks like the kick chat is merging on my chat thing. I don't know why YouTube doesn't show up on it. I gotta fix why YouTube doesn't show up on it. Weird. Also, when I ban a message, it doesn't remove it from the, Yeah, I think I need to find it. Maybe I just don't overlay the chat just in case. It's nice for people to kind of know what's going on. If I'm just like answering people that are chatting from a different platform multi-streaming, but the idea that if someone types something and I ban it and it's still on the screen, yeah, no. I gotta figure out how to solution that. That's just something that's hard to test on my own though, is a problem. Try not to break that. And cheap shot this guy while disarmed. Into a kidney still. Got trinket. Nice MC on the parry. We just go back to running all game. Just bandage even though I still have Mortal Strike on me. Try to gouge for Zerker, but you waste Zerker. Couldn't run back forward because I was still slowed. He probably just gets to kill me for free. Oh, the Pally kills my priest. That's crazy. I'm pretty fried. I'm playing like 100 times worse than the last time I played Wrath. I'm a little rusty. Even with like full season 6 gear for the most part. Actually, my gear is starting to get better. I was playing better with like 4.9k gear score than I'm playing right now. We're like a month away from being playable. Or you might ban a keyword or ban a single message. No. So the way it works is on the right side of the screen, below where the dotty thing is, I like overlay the chat, right? So people that are watching full screen, you know, can still see the chat. What was nice is I had a way to merge the chats together since I'm streaming on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch at the same time now that it's allowed in the TOS after TwitchCon. Even though the viewership is way lower on the other ones, I just want to grow it out. It's like an investment in the long term, right? But the thing is, with the tool I'm currently using to show all 3 chats overlaid on the screen for people in full screen, if I ban someone's message, it still permanently shows that message. So now that I just kind of noticed that and said it out loud, people will abuse that. And if someone, says the N-word or something and I ban it and it stays on the screen, yeah, I can't do that. So I guess I just don't overlay the chat, or I find a different tool to merge the chats together. I don't really like how the rechat one looks for Restream IO or whatever. I'm spamming sap and it's not getting him. Trinket disarms me. There's a few other ones I haven't looked into yet. Yeah, alts don't take rank 1 spots. I tried to answer your whisper, but it wouldn't let me whisper you in arena. They added that this season. And season 1 of Dragonflight. So it's been 2 seasons now. But yeah, if an alt gets in rank 1, it just creates an entirely another rank 1 spot. So the majority of rank 1 spots are just fake because it's like the same people on all their alts. Dragonflight, not for Wrath. That's why Wrath has way less rank 1 spots, because both games are dead. He finds me. Feels bad, man. I'll trinket and dance when I get out of this. Problem is Cloak's on global. The priest is gonna stun me on my trinket when they open. Actually, he's just triple sabbing me, I don't get it. They just threw that so hard. I should have shivved before running here. This is my LG though. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I'm playing way worse. I also bought a tier 1 weapon because I thought you had to buy the tier 1 to upgrade to tier 2. So I kind of got scammed a few thousand arena points on that. I thought I had to do that with Furious for some reason, but... Like an actual Wrath, I didn't really remember how tier 2 actually worked. I thought it was always like an improvement thing, but it was so long ago I'd just forgotten. Yeah, this is my last game though. Yeah, and Cat, I need to buy tier 1 first? Yeah. Maybe I'm just thinking of it like that, but it's kind of a waste. Pretty much all embellishments are nerfed. Except for like Infurious Boots. Any of the PvP ones aren't nerfed. Like the helmet that gives you 1% damage when you're attacked, or like the haste on the pants for casters. Like the PvP style ones like those are not nerfed, but every other one is nerfed by 50 or more. Spore Cape is like 70 at this point, because they did like already a 50 and then they did another 50. Spore Cape is terrible now. Maybe it will scale with item level though and still be okay at like 100, 150 out of like 1.2 million or something. Or 900k for some classes, but... This is a really bad dance. I mean, I saved it. Because I can still re-cheap shot while disarmed. I mean, Mastery buff is nerfed, but probably still the best bet. I can't think of any other embellishments I want. The normal secondary stat one could just be the wrong stat proc and be completely useless. The big auto attack melee version of precog, if you get kited a while, doesn't seem to do anything. It's like a 30k auto if you get kited for like a minute straight. Or not a minute straight, but a while. So that one's really bad. There's just not really any embellishments that are like good. The PvE Mythic Plus weapons that are crafted, like the Fang of Adornment or whatever that Outlaw was playing last season, they nerfed that by 50. So there's not really any embellishments that are attractive besides Infurious Boots, the 500 agility when you CC someone. I can't think of any other, you know. It's like a 1% little optimization. Where it's just like, okay, I'll have like 2% more mastery in the opener or something like that. But yeah, most of the embellishments are just terrible. And then precog is god mode. Like, I don't know why they don't just give melee a precog. Like, you land a kick, you get an immunity, that'd be sick. But yeah, I'm gonna run some ads. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I will catch you guys tomorrow. GG's. Thanks for the subs. I'm gonna have to play around and figure out the multi-stream and stuff, because my YouTube chat wasn't working that well today. I missed... A lot of people actually stopped by on YouTube, and I just wasn't seeing chat. So I gotta fix that. If you watched on YouTube, I appreciate it. I'm trying to get the whole multi-stream thing going. I mean, it was usually like 1 to 10 viewers over there. Because the algorithm... My channel's kind of dead. I haven't, like, done anything on YouTube in a long time. But on Kick, it's been a ghost town. I've at most gotten like 1 person at a time. Because I don't know if they have like a fleshed out WoW section at all anyway. But I think the YouTube algorithm can pull more people in for sure. Especially if I actually start uploading videos. Yeah, I want to get a lot of stuff going. Increase the, you know, the quality a little bit. We got some new alerts coming really soon. They were supposed to be done Friday, I think. But I haven't heard from Pleb Central yet, so maybe he needs a little more time. But yeah, we're going to get some new animated alerts. It's going to be good. Yeah, the guide is a sub goal. Unfortunately, we lost all of our subs. So... I don't know. Maybe I'll make one anyway. Who knows? If people have like better ideas for a sub goal or something. I would consider doing a subathon, but I would need like girlfriend aggro times, you know? For her sanity. If I just like turned the couch around and tried to sleep on the couch, like I wouldn't be the best boyfriend, you know? If I was just working for 2 weeks or a month of work, sleep, I would need like an IRL break of like, okay, I'm gonna go IRL and shower and shit for 2 hours. Yeah, I appreciate everyone stopping by. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Yeah, GG's guys. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.